Diane, saying they follow the process, and if a recount is what the Trump campaign will be asking for, then they'll follow that process, which should take about 10 days once it begins, Diane.
Yeah, Megan Wolf was very clear with her words. She said the whole process is transparent. You want to watch any part of it? Go right ahead. But when you look at the results that we have right now, Alex, Biden clearly outperformed Hillary Clinton in Wisconsin. How did he do that?
Yeah, well, you know, there's something that we're seeing in a lot of these states here in the Midwest, that people who were not able to bring themselves to vote for Hillary Clinton were able to vote for Vice President Joe Biden. Hillary Clinton was polarizing, not just here in the Midwest, but across the country. And Joe Biden did not bring that to the table. And we saw that when those absentee ballots from the blue areas of this state, from Madison, from Milwaukee, parts of Green Bay, and other sort of the urban core areas of the state came in the overnight hours, we saw that a lot of those votes went to the Biden campaign, narrowing the lead that overnight Trump had. And as we now have it, as it stands now, Biden standing with about 20,000 more votes than the Trump campaign here in Wisconsin, Diane.
And Alex, Wisconsin's also been especially hit hard by the pandemic as of late. How much of an impact did that have on the vote?
Well, you know, it's really hard to go anywhere in the country and not have the pandemic looming over your head, but particularly here in Wisconsin, where they have seen numbers really continue to climb dramatically. Hospitalizations, positivity rate, and deaths all climbing within the last couple of weeks leading up to Election Day. So it's something that was on the minds of everyone here. And also, this is a state that is very divided. So in those blue areas, in Milwaukee, in Green Bay, in Madison, mask adherence seems to be something that people don't have an issue with. But you go to other parts of the state, and we've seen this over the last few weeks, people don't believe they should be forced to wear masks. There have been several lawsuits that have come against the governor for his mask ordinance and other precautions, restrictions that he's tried to put in place here to control the spread of coronavirus. So the pandemic very much on the minds of everyone here, and still a massive, massive problem. And Wisconsin, like several other states right now, really doesn't seem to have it under control just yet. Diane?
All right, Alex Perez in Wisconsin for us. Thanks, Alex.
And Devin Dwyer is at Biden's headquarters in Delaware, where we expect to hear from the vice president very soon. Devin, what are you hearing there? What are they saying? What's the mood?
Hey, Terry, you know, it's a mood of anticipation, slow and steady, optimistic is what we're hearing from sources inside the Biden campaign. You can see behind me the stage is still set where he was going to have that victory speech last night. He instead gave a very measured 4-minute set of remarks just after midnight. We do expect to hear from the vice president, though, sometime this afternoon. Terry, I attended a briefing a little bit earlier today with the Biden campaign. They are exuding confidence, trying to tamp down on some of those anxious nerves among Democrats this morning when they see the results coming in. Jen O'Malley Dillon, the campaign manager for Joe Biden, says he will be the next president of the United States. She said he is on track to win. They feel very good about Wisconsin now. They say they will fight that recount. They're confident if the Trump campaign wants to spend that money. They feel good about Nevada. They feel good about Michigan and Pennsylvania as well. Little less certain about Georgia, North Carolina. The campaign feels like those two states may have swum away despite their hopes there. And outright confident in Arizona, Terry, which would be a big story of this election, as you know, even though the Trump campaign still holding out hope that some of those several 100,000 ballots in Arizona still being counted could tip the scales for them. But all signs indicate Joe Biden this afternoon is going to come out, exude confidence. His website, like you showed at the top of the show, Keep the Faith. Unclear that he'll come out and declare victory, but right now he's feeling good about the numbers and wants to give some space to states like Pennsylvania so every last vote is counted, Terry.
That's what we're hearing from all these states, and it's a good thing. Devin, thanks.
And now we're going to take a quick break, but we will have more ABC News Live continuing coverage of the 2020 presidential election right after this. Welcome back. You're looking live at the Capitol as we continue to track this historic race for the White House. Millions of votes are still outstanding, including in Pennsylvania. We're taking a live look at a polling place now in Philadelphia, where some of those votes are still being counted. ABC's Kira Phillips joins us now for more. Kira, what's the latest? Let's break this down.
The latest is lawsuit. That's the latest. But could we expect anything less? Look, President Donald J. Trump does not like to lose. He never likes to lose. And even before we got to this day, he said he was going to bring the lawyers without even knowing if he was up or down, winning or losing. He was bringing his lawyers because that's what Donald Trump does. And at 2:22 in the morning, the president, as you know, declared victory. The exact quote was, "We were getting ready to win this election." Frankly, we did win this election. Well, no, we didn't. And now we are seeing the fight that we expected because he said he was going to fight no matter what. That's how Trump rolls. Quite the opposite for Joe Biden. He said he's not going to declare victory. So what is he going to do? He's launching a fight fund now. Why? Because of the lawsuits that Trump is now following up on. Trump tweeting today. We haven't heard from him yet, but we have heard from him via Twitter. No surprise. He said, how come every time they count mail-in ballot dumps, they are so devastating in their percentage and power of destruction? He also tweeted today, they are finding Biden votes all over the place in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So bad for our country. However, on the press call that they had this morning that we listened into, the morning call with the Trump campaign, the campaign did not provide any evidence. I took notes here throughout that call, even an attempt to explain what the basis was they had for claiming ballots were illegally cast, and took no questions either. When members of the press wanted to ask questions specifically about that, they did not take those questions. So here's where we stand. The Biden campaign now coming forward. I have Jen O'Malley Dillon, who just put out this quote. The president threatened to go to court to prevent the proper tabulation of votes. We are standing up to the biggest and most comprehensive legal effort ever assembled. This work could stretch on for weeks, so I'm coming to you to ask you to pitch $25 in to the newly formed Biden Fight Fund. That's what she writes. So when are we going to hear from the Trump campaign? Apparently, possibly within this hour, within the next hour. Also, we're expected to hear from Joe Biden as well. Will we actually hear from Donald Trump? Not sure. We do know that his campaign surrogates, including his son Eric, I am told, his wife as well, former Florida AG Pam Bondi, and also 2020 advisor Corey Lewandowski, should be coming to this presser sometime in the 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern hour. Also told now, Trump's personal lawyer and former mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, will be there as well. No doubt we will hear a lot about the Biden Fight Fund when Biden decides to hold his press conference anytime now, and then also Trump's surrogates. Who knows? Maybe Trump will show up. We don't know. They also will be talking about these lawsuits we've been hearing so much about. A lot to follow, a lot to happen. No end in sight, and we still don't have a president, a newly elected president, shall I say, to this point. It just gets more interesting, Terry and Diane.
Well, Kira, let me ask you this. So the president is obviously insinuating, suggesting that they're cheating, that the election officials where you are and elsewhere are cheating. You're an excellent reporter there at that particular polling place and other reporting that you've done around. Do you smell dirty tricks in the air? Do you see nefarious dealings? Are people stealing the election in front of you?
No. I have not seen that. And I haven't even, look, I have seen the long lines around where the voting has taken place throughout here in our nation's capital, Terry, where you and I both reside. And there have been no complaints of any malfunctions or any kind of fraud taking place. And as we've talked with our correspondents across the United States, we have had no reports of any devious behavior taking place there as well. Sure, we saw rumors that were started on social media, and we know how that trends, and one person retweets it or one person likes it, and it creates these conspiracy theories that just get out of control. But to this, at this moment in time, there is no proof of fraud, period.
All right, Kara Phillips, thank you for that. And let's break down now where we are in terms of the larger picture in the presidential election. Let's bring in our virtual roundtable. Joining us now, LZ Granderson, ABC News contributor, Tara Setmeyer, former GOP communications director and senior advisor at the Lincoln Project, and Leah Wright-Rigueur, professor of public policy at Harvard. Thank you all for being here. Leah, I'd like to start things off with you. We don't know who the next president is going to be yet, but we are still getting a read right now, at least, of who came out to vote. And that picture is not necessarily as expected. When you look at the demographics, young voters, for example, there was a lot of expectations that they would be very energized this time around, that they would come out in droves. And we're seeing basically they came out in the same numbers they usually do, which is really not very much. What were your big takeaways when you look at the demographics of who came out to vote in this election?
So I think there are a couple of things to keep in mind. The first thing to consider is that we don't have all the ballots, we don't have all the information, and we're not going to have all the information for some time. I believe Pennsylvania said, all the ballots won't be counted until Friday at the earliest. With that said, there are a couple of adjustments that we can make, and a couple of projections that we can make, including something like young people coming out pretty flat or coming out in the same numbers that they have in previous years. I think one of the things that this highlights is how frustrated Americans were across the country, particularly with their choices in this election. And that's not necessarily something that's particular to this election, but is something that has been a red flag for the last couple of election cycles that we've by and large ignored. The other part to consider is the impact of COVID-19 and the impact of this kind of these various protocols, essentially. We can't dismiss the fact that this election took place in the midst of a global pandemic, the likes of which we haven't seen in 80 some odd years. So that also matters as well. And then there's also interesting trends coming out of places like Georgia, interesting places like Philadelphia, Florida. All of that matters, and we'll be able to get a better picture as we move into the next couple of days.
LZ, if I could bring you into this on the question of maybe the real loser in this election, pollsters, right? And they had, a lot of them had, the mainstream ones, including ours, had a very different result. What happened in your judgment? Well, what do you see in this election? Not to focus on the polling industry, but on the American people. What happened, aside from a remarkable turnout, what does it tell you about us?
I still believe that there's a Bradley effect when it comes to President Trump because he's such a polarizing figure. You can ask someone 1,000 times who they're voting for, and they can assess whether or not it's safe for them to be honest. But once you're in front of, a polling location, you can make your decision the way that you see fit in the comfort of privacy. And I think that, for a lot of Democrats and for a lot of pollsters, they have to recognize that just because you don't like a candidate doesn't mean that other people don't like that candidate. I think that's a big indication. And then two, not to throw shade at the industry, but exit polls don't necessarily tell you the same thing that the polls before Election Day will tell you. And we've got to be better, or they've got to be better anyway, in terms of ascertaining accurate information based upon the questions ahead of time so that the expectations of the electorate aren't shifted based upon antiquated methods or inaccurate information.
Tara, what does it tell you about the conversation around politics in this country? If people are afraid to even admit what candidate they intend to vote for, how are we supposed to find middle ground to move forward in politics, particularly when you see factions of both parties pulling closer to the extremes?
Yeah, I think that given how close this election is and, how remarkably incompetent and the failed leadership of Donald Trump, particularly on COVID and the litany of other things that have been problematic during his tenure here as president, from the misogyny to the racism to the populism, the conspiracy theories, all of these things that so many Americans would cast that aside and still support him. It's incredible. So I think that even if Joe Biden wins, which it looks like he will, he has a Herculean effort to try to unite this country. There are considerable polar opposites and divides in where we are. And I think that there really needs to be a cultural reckoning with the American people about what they're willing to accept. Donald Trump's behavior, particularly around the integrity of the election, and his comments last night about this being fraud and stopping the vote count, and that's not democracy. That's not what we do here in America. And I think the American people really need to reassess what they're willing to accept.
And Tara, how do you foster that conversation? I mean, you're a Republican who does not support the president. There are many others in that camp as well, but the results still are what they are, and this is not a landslide. Even if he doesn't win this election, which he very well might, this is close. So this conversation is going to happen. And how do you foster it if people are afraid to even open their mouths and say that they like the guy or they support his policies?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. This is, I was hoping that Trumpism would be repudiated in his loss, that it wouldn't be this close for this exact reason, so that we could start to have these conversations once the threat of Trumpism was repudiated. But given that it's alive and well and that the Republican Party seems to be fully engulfed in it, I think this is a very difficult conversation moving forward, because the party in its current form cannot remain this way. It's unsustainable. Demographic changes in this country won't allow it. And frankly, what they're allowing is very antithetical to not only traditional republicanism, but also just to the way our constitutional republic was designed. So I'm not quite sure how we have that conversation, because it's really a character issue here. And I'm not quite sure where we start to bridge that gap, but hopefully Joe Biden can do that if he pulls this out.
And let me ask you, Leah Redberger, we've been talking about the rising demographic in America that for years we've said would carry the Democratic Party to victory, and that really hasn't come to pass. A little bit, maybe Arizona suggests that this year, but really, if you look at what the exit polls are saying, and like we're all a little bit doubtful about the polls, Donald Trump outperformed himself in all of the demographics, white women, black men, black women, Latinos, except for white men. Joe Biden did better with white men. What's happening to that rising demographic? It seems to be diversifying its political interests.
So a couple of things. One, we know that exit polling is all over the place right now. So AP VoterCast, for example, has very different outcomes than the New York Times and other exit polling institutions. So I would really caution us to think about what these actually means and not read too much into what we're seeing in the moment. We should have better data in the coming days. With that being said, one of the things that we know is that demographics isn't destiny, and that the Republican Party at this moment has essentially figured out a way in which to siphon off votes from these various kind of groups, these different demographic groups, in such a way that it comes together with this overwhelming white vote to produce, enough to win elections in significant states. But at the same time, I want to, again, caution us, because what we're seeing right now, particularly as more votes come in, is that in areas like Georgia, right, in areas like Michigan, that it's African Americans, that it's Latinos, despite what you may be seeing in, say, Florida, that it's African American, it's Latinos, it's Asian voters that are proving to be the difference in these swing states in ways that are really important. So it's reinforcing Democratic coalitions, even though they may be fragile coalitions.
And LZ, your home state of Arizona is one of several still up for grabs that could still decide this thing. What are you watching closely for the next few hours?
Well, there are a few things. I do live in Maricopa County, which is the epicenter right now in terms of how Arizona is going to play out. I would say first, the media and certainly Democrats need to get rid of this notion of Trumpism. Yes, Donald Trump is the mouthpiece right now, but the things that he is saying and what he's banking on in terms of getting reelected are topics and issues that have been around for decades and decades. This isn't a one-off. He's not an outlier. He's just taking advantage of the gap that has always been there. So this notion of Trumpism, I think, really does a discredit in terms of really explaining this dynamic that we're witnessing. And when it comes to Arizona, I think the thing that's fascinating is that there are three elements to this election that I don't believe are being talked about enough. Number one is the endorsement of Cindy McCain, the widow of the great, obviously, John McCain. She decided to come out and speak against Donald Trump in Arizona. She endorsed Joe Biden, and I think if that didn't lead to more votes towards Vice President Biden, it certainly suppressed some Democratic votes, some Republican votes who are very strong military out here in Arizona. Number two, Mark Kelly. Obviously, we know about Gabby Gifford and the tragedy there. Still very popular figures in Arizona. That helped Joe Biden. And number three, which you may find somewhat humorous, but marijuana was on the ballot this year in Arizona, and it received more votes than Joe Biden. It received more votes than Kelly. So there are issues out here that Arizonans treat as truly independent. And, you know, I could hear you laughing, Terry, but I promise you that had that vote been held maybe during the midterm election, not a general election, you may see a different result out here in terms of who's for president. So I do believe the issue of marijuana, making it legal in Arizona, certainly helped Joe Biden, who has been very open in saying that he would support lifting that from the federal list in terms of banned substances. That helped him a great deal. Those three things, in combination to obviously the policy discussion and the racism of Trump, et cetera, certainly helped Joe Biden capture Arizona here. But I'm not quite willing to say that it's a blue state just now. I just think that it was perfect timing because of the marijuana bill.
All right, I was laughing with you there, Elsie. but Tara, let me...
Well, put it this way. As someone who also lives in Los Angeles, I'm quite happy to hear that that passed.
Oh, there we go. So, TMI. Tara, let me ask you. So now we face, let's assume for a moment that as things are going, they will remain. In other words, that Joe Biden, who looks like he has a better chance at this point, before all the votes are counted, let's just assume for a moment that we have a President Biden. We have a divided government again, and a divided country. What can get done for the American people in that Washington with Joe Biden in the White House instead of Donald Trump? What do you think?
Well, given that Joe Biden has long-standing relationships with many of the senators who are still there, I'm hoping that he'll be able to massage those relationships and get back to governing. This will be up to Mitch McConnell. He's been an obstructionist, unfortunately, up until this point, but, you know, Republicans, I don't think, want to go through what they went through with Donald Trump at the helm, and they would like to actually see some things get done. Healthcare needs to get done, infrastructure, you know, we'll see what they can do. But, you know, I'm not holding my breath. When you have divided government like this, it makes it very difficult to get a domestic policy agenda through. And a lot of democratic institutions and norms need to be restored. And hopefully Joe Biden will be able to do that, from the Department of Justice to the DOD to the CDC. And the number one thing is getting COVID under control and having a plan to help heal this nation and get the economy back on track. So that should be priority number one.
And Leah, I know we keep hitting on demographics, but I just want to ask you one more, because one big one that stuck out in that realm was the way President Trump performed in Florida. He seemed to do really well, particularly with Latinos in South Florida, with a lot of the messaging being around socialism, and he won that state pretty early on. But what does that say in terms of the Democratic Party, where you're hearing more of the party reflecting that message? Does that mean they're vulnerable in the future with this community if they don't somehow change their messaging?
So I think there have been a lot of people within the Democratic Party or who are Democratic Party adjacent who've been sounding the alarm about Latino voters for more than a year, for 2-3 years actually, who've been saying this is on the horizon, this is coming, in part because there's not really an understanding of Latino voters, whether it be breakdown because of national origin, whether it be their Catholicism and religion, whether it be had their feelings and their ideas on socialism. But the other thing that I think one of the things that the Democratic Party has missed, particularly in Florida, is the way in which disinformation and misinformation has penetrated Latino enclaves, and including Spanish language media. So we saw, for example, in Spanish language newspapers in Miami, that they ran 8 months of disinformation and QAnon advertisements and things like that about Joe Biden. It was missed for months, right? So we see these kinds of things. The other thing that the Democratic Party is going to really have to figure out is how are Latinos different depending on what region of the country that they're in. So we happen to know, and also class divides. So we happen to know that Latinos who are working class in specific parts of Texas tend to vote very, very liberally, very progressively. Latinos in other parts of Texas, particularly in wealthy enclaves, tend to vote conservatively. So the Democratic Party has a lot of work to do in really figuring out the demographics of Latino voters. But the signs have been there for a long, long time. People just haven't been paying attention.
All right, Leah Redriger, Tara Setmeyer, and LZ Granderson, thanks very much for that. and we'll be right back after the break.
That's a live look at the Capitol as we continue to track this historic race for the White House. Millions of votes are still outstanding. Here's a live look at a polling place in Philadelphia where some of those votes are still being counted one by one. We will know the results soon enough.
And let's go back to our Trevor Ault in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Trevor, so what is happening there now? Have they made much progress since we last talked? Just generally, what's the feeling among the election officials? They are really under the world's microscope right now. How are they holding up?
Well, they're holding up okay, all things considered. I think they're certainly aware of the fact that everyone is watching their every move, and it can feel a little bit right now, like Diane said, of being counted vote by vote, like we are watching that counter tick up in real time. Now, since we last spoke, the vote total has gone up to about 82%. Joe Biden continues to chip away just a little bit at Donald Trump's lead. Now it's down to about 6.5 or 7%, and every time a new chunk of votes is released, that lead seems to dwindle about 20 or 30,000 votes. But President Trump is still winning by north of 400,000 votes right now. However, there have been some new developments from the Trump campaign as they are attacking this voting count process here in Pennsylvania. They have filed 2 new lawsuits here on top of lawsuits that they previously joined. So you were probably aware, Terry, they had already joined a lawsuit trying to get mail-in ballots that were received after Election Day to be thrown out. They say the state Supreme Court allowed those ballots, and they don't think the state Supreme Court can make that decision. They say the state legislature has to do that, so they want those ballots thrown out. But now these 2 new lawsuits that they've filed appear to have conflicting goals. One of them is that they say that the Secretary of State has allowed first-time voters to provide identification after the deadline. They say that that is slowing the vote count maybe by days, and Americans and Pennsylvanians need to get the results as soon as possible, so they want those to be thrown out. At the same time, they filed this separate lawsuit saying that they are being prevented, their Republican poll watchers are being kept 25 feet away from the people who are counting the ballots, and they say they cannot make sure that this process is above board. So they're calling for the vote count to be halted immediately until this lawsuit is seen and they can have their poll watchers much closer to make sure that the integrity is maintained. So those appear to be 2 conflicting goals from the Trump campaign which had said from the beginning, basically from election night, they were going to be ready with their lawyers and trying to chip away at these things however they could. I also do want to mention, first of all, correcting myself from earlier, I mistakenly referred to Governor Tom Wolf here as a Republican. He is a Democrat. But earlier, long before this election, Governor Wolf and his administration actually tried to address the problem that we're seeing right now, which is the fact that Pennsylvania would not start counting all these mail-in votes until late on Election Day. They wanted to change that and start counting it early, and the Republican-led state legislature shut that down. So if you are upset at the fact that Pennsylvania did not start counting the ballots until late, you could direct some of that ire, at least, at the fact that the Republicans here did not allow it to happen.
And now they got to count the way they have to, although there's a good rule of thumb. The candidate that wants to stop a count probably isn't winning. Trevor Alton, Harrisburg, thanks very much.
And now let's go to ABC News political director Rick Klein for more on this. You know, Rick, looking at these lawsuits, it's a little bit curious to me because when you look at the down ballot races, it was actually a pretty good night for Republicans. They seem to be looking at a maintained Senate, and despite the fact that the Democrats did maintain control of the House, Republicans seem to have gained a few seats there as well. So overall, a pretty good day for Republicans when you look at the down ballot. So how does that all play out if the president starts contesting the election results?
Yeah, it's a jarring development if you think about it, that right now on the math of the states that have been projected and the current vote total, Joe Biden is in a decent position to claim the presidency, but the Democrats will not have delivered on their hopes to take over control of the Senate, and they will have lost some ground in the House of Representatives. And there was no blue wave, and I think it complicates the picture because there won't be a lot of Republicans deserting President Trump on his politics. They recognize his undeniable political appeal, even through what might end up being an unsuccessful campaign. And I think it adds to a volatile environment for a President-elect Joe Biden. If he is indeed elected President of the United States, he takes over at a time where, yes, the Republicans will be in control of the Senate. He will have a narrow House majority and an utter bitter divide around the country. So many states so closely divided. Vice President Biden, in so many ways, presents himself as an antidote to that, but I'm not clear that people want to listen to that very message at this moment.
Take us through where we are right now in terms of each candidate's path to victory.
Sure. Yeah. The map as it stands right now is very favorable to Vice President Biden. He has already won in Michigan. I'm sorry, in Wisconsin. Right now, he's leading in the count in Michigan. He is right now down in Pennsylvania, but as we've been reporting, he's got a chance to flip that. Those states in the South are still being contested in North Carolina and Georgia, and Nevada and Arizona, he has been leading. So if you just took a snapshot now and said, okay, this is where it stands right at this moment, and you know, in a way, if President Trump got his wish and just froze voting nationwide, you'd have Vice President Biden with 270 electoral votes. That does not include Pennsylvania. It does not include Georgia or North Carolina. So that's what gives him still at this moment a couple of additional paths to the presidency. Right now, the Biden campaign remains confident about the vote count out west in Arizona and Nevada. The Trump campaign is suggesting that they can do well in those states. They think that might turn around. But if it doesn't, Joe Biden has the votes he needs without that critical Pennsylvania. And again, as the vote rolls in, Biden is still in the mix in both Pennsylvania and Georgia. So even at this time, 24 hours after most polls have closed, you still have the possibility for much different looking maps that any of which could still deliver Biden the presidency.
But it is not over yet, as we know. So how does this end in a Trump victory?
Well, a couple of thoughts on this. One is the Pennsylvania numbers really can't materialize for Biden. Trump needs to hold on there. He needs to change the trajectory in some combination of Michigan, Nevada, or Arizona. He's already threatening a recount in Wisconsin, although down 20,000 votes. It's very unlikely that's going to turn things around. And we're seeing a flurry of legal actions. Now, none of the actions so far, to my reading, do anything anything to substantially change the vote itself. We're talking about procedural issues like watching the vote. In Pennsylvania, there is something about votes that are received after Election Day, but we're not going to know that count anyway. So it's possible that that crop of votes doesn't matter. So right now, we just haven't seen any kind of credible allegation from the Trump campaign that would substantially change the vote count itself. If they find problems or they find issues, I'm sure they're going to elevate it. But I expect if there is a path, if they get through the day, say tomorrow or Friday, and start to see an opportunity, I do expect you're going to see legal efforts in multiple states. But if you see a bunch of states that have margins of 20,000 or more, as is the margin in Wisconsin, it is ultimately likely to be a futile strategy. A lot of people will talk about Florida 2000. Well, Florida 2000 mattered because the two candidates ended up being separated by about 500 votes. 20,000, not 500.
And what has it been like? We know we've seen recounts in Wisconsin before. You say they were nowhere near that. What were the numbers like?
The last time that we had a recount in Wisconsin was just 4 years ago. Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate, decided to have a recount basically to make a political point. It ended up being extremely expensive for her campaign, north of $2.5 million, and it delivered a whopping 161 votes to President Trump. And that was a margin that was roughly in line with this margin. So even former Governor Scott Walker of Wisconsin tweeted out that it's just very difficult to overcome that kind of a margin. You'd have to find not just a typical mistake, but some serious wrongdoing that's never been alleged here to turn around a margin of 20,000, where, again, the election officials in Wisconsin today say they've counted all the votes. So it's not like you can look elsewhere to find pockets of votes. The Trump campaign, I think that's a legal strategy based on hope more than anything else.
And, Rick, you just took me back there with reference to the 2000 election contest. Because it was so narrow, just 500 votes, and it was the only state that was like, and the presidency hung on it. I remember it as a national freakout almost immediately, high anxiety and intensity. And maybe it's because we've been living at such a high level of intensity and anxiety. Doesn't feel the same. And I just wonder your take on how the country is dealing with this protracted election.
I think, well, let's see how the dust settles on some of these states, because it's not clear. The Trump campaign, without any evidence today, is declaring victory in Pennsylvania. Right now, the legal strategy is all over the map. You've got them demanding that the vote count stop in Michigan, stop in Pennsylvania, but continue in Nevada and continue in Arizona. And of course, we know why they're doing each of those things, and they haven't put forward any kind of evidence around this. And to my mind, Terry, that if the margins are significant, you don't end up with Florida-type situations. It just isn't possible, and I don't know that you'll get lawyers ultimately signing off on it, much less judges, to contest a race that isn't that close. You'd have to find something that just hasn't been presented yet. And for all that's gone on in this country, thank God Almighty, yesterday was a relatively peaceful and calm day. There were so many opportunities for things to go sideways, and it just didn't happen. And it was refreshing to see. There were lines, and yes, there were some tense moments and some videos that emerged, but there really weren't any clashes or confrontations or allegations of any kind of serious malfeasance. So barring that, it's just hard for me to imagine the country getting revved up for that. But you do have a president who is issuing the Twitter call to arms for his supporters and suggesting things that are just not true about what's going on in terms of the legal landscape and what Democrats are trying. You've got Rudy Giuliani this afternoon in Philadelphia trying to allege that Democrats are trying to steal an election. I mean, the rhetoric is out there, but I don't think if the votes are there that you can actually mount something, and even akin to Florida 2000.
All right, ABC News political director Rick Klein, thanks for the breakdown, Rick. We always appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Wednesday afternoon, and still no winner in the race for the White House. We will be back with analysis just after this. And welcome back. A live look at the Capitol now as we continue. Kira Phillips joins us now from Washington, D.C. with the latest. Kira, it feels like every time we come back to you, there's a new update.
Looks like we're not necessarily going to hear from President Trump himself, although, Diane, as we know, anything can happen with President Trump. But we are expected to hear from his surrogates, his son Eric, Eric's wife, also Kim Bondi, who is an advisor to Trump, also a lawyer. She used to be the attorney general in Florida. Corey Lewandowski, an advisor to the president as well in the 2020 campaign, will also be there. And we also found out that Rudy Giuliani, who always has something interesting to say and usually makes news when he talks, they are all going to be on the ground in Pennsylvania holding a live press conference in the 4 p.m. Eastern hour, we're told, possibly about 4:30. And I'm assuming that's in reaction to Joe Biden's camp. Apparently, Joe Biden is supposed to be stepping forward and holding a press conference as well around 4 o'clock Eastern time. So to bring you up to date, we still, of course, do not know who our president is going to be for the next 4 years. Ballots are still being counted. But what we do know is that we are not only witnessing a historic election, but a historic legal fight. The president came out at 2:22 in the morning last night declaring victory and also saying he's brought his lawyers along and he's going to sue. Now, what we've been seeing develop are various threats of lawsuits and lawsuits in various states over fraudulent election practices and issues of tampering with ballots, et cetera. To point out, there is no proof of any fraud to this point. But President Trump, because he doesn't like to lose, we know that, is bringing forward his lawyers and already talking about lawsuits. Now, in response to that, Joe Biden's camp now coming forward saying they're starting a legal fund to battle those lawsuits. So a lot to hear from both camps coming up in this hour. Actually, we just hit the top of the hour. Hopefully we will hear from Trump's surrogates, possibly Trump himself. You never know what he's going to do. But for sure, Joe Biden, we are hearing from his camp that he will hold a live press conference. So more to come, Diane. We're just sort of rolling with this. It's all fluid, hoping to get more information as time moves on.
All right, Kira Phillips, we appreciate the update. Thank you. As you mentioned, top of the hour, now we're looking at 237 electoral votes for Joe Biden, 214 for President Trump, but still several battleground states, they're undecided. Still, this election could go either way.
And it's been a historic election for women running for office. ABC News Deputy Political Director Mary Alice Park joins us now on the phone for more on that. Mary Alice, tell us, how are some of these races where women have been running for office, how are they shaking out right now?
You know, 2 years ago, I covered the midterm elections where women in the Democratic Party really helped Democrats sweep the House with big margins. We saw all these women who had run for office for the very first time, doctors and journalists who told their story. This time, it feels like a really different story that we're starting to see emerge. We're seeing a number of Republican women that were successful in their House races. Some early indications that we could see as many as 12 new Republican women serving in the House of Representatives. There's still a lot of races that haven't been called, but I think that that's going to be a trend line and a storyline that we're looking at and that we're going to have to keep looking at closely in the next few days. You know, I will say that overall, in total, right now, it's looking increasingly likely that women will actually represent fewer seats there in the House of Representatives, or maybe just about the same. There's not a lot of indications that there will be more women in the House. And that's in part because, frankly, a lot of Democratic women underperformed in their races. You know, Democrats have been pretty excited about a number of candidates in places like Texas that just came up short. And I think that Democrats are doing a lot of soul searching this morning about races that they had hoped to win.
Back to the drawing board. A disappointing year in some ways, in many ways, for the Democrats. Mary Alice Parks, thanks very much for that.
And now let's take a closer look at another battleground state of Michigan. Right now, another one of those states where it is too close to call, but one where many electoral votes are up for grab that could have a big impact on the election. For more on this, let's bring in Adrian Bankert in Detroit. Adrian, what's the latest on the count and the latest on what we know about this Trump lawsuit?
Well, Diane, Terry, good afternoon to you. About 4 hours ago, the Secretary of State released a number saying there were about 100,000 outstanding ballots that needed to be counted in Detroit. And Detroit is one of the cities where they're still awaiting numbers, as well as Grand Rapids and Flint and Kalamazoo. Later in the afternoon, and actually a little bit earlier ago, she was mentioning that we should see a tabulation of Detroit ballot counts complete by 6 this evening. So that's just a couple of hours from now, saying the department mailed out 190,000 absentee ballots and only 178,000 were returned. And so we're awaiting all of these different details from all of these different cities. It's been such a tight race. You know, we're here along with our Juju Chang because this is one of the very, very crucial states for Trump or Biden to win. Now, speaking to that lawsuit, the Trump campaign actually released a statement earlier today saying that they were filing a lawsuit. And here's why. They're saying that the race in the state remains extremely tight, as we always knew it would be. President Trump's campaign has not been provided with meaningful access to numerous counting locations to observe the opening of ballots and the counting process as guaranteed by Michigan law. So they are actually filing this lawsuit saying that they have not been given due access, and they're demanding to actually review the ballots that have already been counted and opened. So we have yet to see what's going to happen here. In fact, Michigan saying that they didn't even know about this lawsuit. They found out about it in the press, but saying that they will be counting every single ballot, that things are being done in the correct fashion. So much to look forward to for this evening. It's going to be a long night. Terry, Diane?
So much to look forward to. I love the expression on your face, Adrian, as you say that. But yeah. Do we have any idea of when we might get these final votes counted?
Well, they were talking about that 6 p.m. for Detroit. Again, such a big city and such an important city here, as well as Flint, Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids. So within the next 24 hours, we're expected to know who wins Michigan, and that will definitely impact this race. Guys.
Good luck to you, my friend. I hope you get some rest. I know it has been a busy day for you. Thanks, Adrian. And we're going to take a quick break, but we will have more of our continuing coverage of the 2020 election presidential race coming up after this.
Election 2020 on ABC News Live continues in a moment.
Welcome back. You're looking at the White House there as we continue to track this historic race. Joe Biden about to speak in Delaware. We'll take you to that live in just a moment. And Diane, it has been quite a day. It's not over yet.
I know it's been an especially long one for you, Terry, but something stuck out to me when we were talking to Rick Klein a little bit earlier, and he was saying, you know, despite this unprecedented election, so much early voting, we're doing this all during a pandemic and so on, and so much anticipated, you know, angst, anxiety, and security, still overall a smooth process is what we're hearing from the precincts, and we're going to go into our special report right now.
In the Midwest, and then, of course, Georgia and North Carolina as well. I want to go to Mary Bruce. We're about to hear from Vice President Biden now for the second time. He spoke last night. What do we expect to hear from him in just a few minutes?
We are told, George, that he is going to be upbeat, and that is because his team is feeling increasingly confident. They have made very clear as the hours have passed today that they believe that Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States, and that is because in many of these still outstanding states, especially that critical blue wall that Donald Trump won in 2016, they feel that they are ahead by a margin which Donald Trump simply cannot make up at this point. They are very confident that they are winning in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Nevada, and also Arizona, George. And so Joe Biden is likely to come out here right now and make comments to that effect. The question is whether or not he's going to declare victory, which is something that he has stopped short of doing so far. I also suspect that he will continue to urge patience with this process and continue to commit to fighting to make sure that every single vote is counted, George.
Here comes former Vice President Biden right now. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kamala and I are here to make a brief statement, and I'm sure we'll have more to say later, and either tonight or tomorrow. But let me begin by thanking the press for being here and thanking everyone else. My fellow Americans, yesterday once again proved that democracy is the heartbeat of this nation, just as it has been the heartbeat of this nation for 2 centuries. And even in the face of a pandemic, more Americans voted this election than ever before in American history. Over 150 million people cast their votes. I think that's just extraordinary. And if we had any doubts, we shouldn't have any longer about a government of, by, and for the people. It's very much alive in America. Here, the people rule. Power can't be taken or asserted. It flows from the people. And it's their will that determines who will be the President of the United States, and their will alone. And now, after a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report that when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners. With all the votes counted, we have won Wisconsin by 20,000 votes, virtually the same margin that President Trump won that state 4 years ago. In Michigan, we lead by over 35,000 votes, and it's growing. A substantially bigger margin than President Trump won Michigan in 2016. Michigan will complete its vote soon, maybe as early as today. And I feel very good about Pennsylvania. Virtually all the remaining ballots to be counted were cast by mail. And we've been winning 78% of the votes by mail in Pennsylvania. We've flipped Arizona and the 2nd District of Nebraska. Of special significance to me is that we've won with the majority of the American people. And every indication is that that majority will grow. We have a popular vote lead of nearly 3 million votes, and every indication is that will grow as well. Indeed, Senator Harris and I are on track to win more votes than any ticket in the history of this country that ever won the presidency and vice presidency. Over 70 million votes. I'm very proud of our campaign. Only 3 presidential campaigns in the past have defeated an incumbent president. When it's finished, God willing, we'll be the 4th. This is a major achievement. This is a major achievement. And it's been a long and difficult campaign. But it's been a more difficult time for our country, a hard time. We've had hard campaigns before. We've faced hard times before. So once this election is finalized and behind us, it'll be time for us to do what we've always done as Americans, to put the harsh rhetoric of the campaign behind us, to lower the temperature, to see each other again, to listen to one another, to hear each other again, and respect and care for one another, to unite, to heal, to come together as a nation. I know this won't be easy. I'm not naive. Neither of us are. I know how deep and hard the opposing views are in our country on so many things. But I also know this as well. To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as enemies. We are not enemies. What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart. So let me be clear. We are campaigning as Democrats, but I will govern as an American president. The presidency itself is not a partisan institution. It's the one office in this nation that represents everyone. And it demands a duty of care for all Americans. And that is precisely what I will do. I will work as hard for those who didn't vote for me as I will for those who did vote for me. Now, every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. America's come too far. America's fought too many battles. America's endured too much to ever let that happen. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender. My friends, I'm confident we'll emerge victorious. But this will not be my victory alone or our victory alone. It'll be a victory for the American people, for our democracy, for America. And there will be no blue states and red states when we win, just the United States of America. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
Joe Biden there wrapping up his statement. Not going to take any questions there from the crowd. The press will assemble along with his vice presidential nominee, Kamala Harris, saying very carefully that he is not there to declare victory, but believes that it's clear that he is winning enough states to win the 270 electoral votes. Talking about the vote counts in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Nebraska, too. Of course, his lead has been widening in Wisconsin and Michigan. We're still waiting on an awful lot of votes in Pennsylvania as well. I want to bring in Cecilia Vega first. And Cecilia, we haven't heard from President Trump today. We did hear from his campaign just in the last hour. They're disputing very heavily the idea that Joe Biden will win in Pennsylvania, and they still believe they can win the state of Arizona.
Yeah, because these are 2 states they need to win on their map, George. And we just got word from the campaign that they are now filing a lawsuit on the case there in Pennsylvania, the count there on Pennsylvania, asking for the vote counting to be temporarily halted. They say until all counting is done, and what they're saying is an above board and by the law. They're also, listen to this, prematurely declaring victory there. We are expected to hear from a press conference from the president's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, and some family members of the campaign from Pennsylvania. But look, George, we've been saying this all along since early this morning in the middle of the night, that the president is not the one who gets to
declare victory. That is not the way it works. The president doesn't get to stop vote counting by a simple lawsuit like this. These are votes that are legally need to be counted. This is the way the American democratic systems work. We heard the election officials there in Pennsylvania just a couple of hours ago saying this has been among the smoother elections that they have seen in recent memory. In addition to that, we've been talking about this today. We've got this lawsuit filed by the campaign in Michigan. We've got a demand for a recount in Wisconsin, coupled with these conspiracy theories that the president has been throwing out about election integrity all day long on Twitter. So it really seems right now, George, like even though we haven't heard from the president, we are seeing this strategy being laid out at the moment, and it is very much a throw the kitchen sink strategy at this count right now.
Let me go. Thank you, Cecilia. Let me go to Nate Silver from 538. Interesting that Vice President Biden said the number 270. And that's it right now. If you look at all the states where he's leading, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Nebraska, too, it gets him exactly 270 electoral votes. Talk first about what you're seeing in Pennsylvania. Trump team says they see a path to victory. You just heard Vice President Biden there say he thinks he's going to prevail. What are you seeing?
In Pennsylvania, there's a lot more votes still left to count than we have in these other states. They thought they would get it resolved by Thursday or Friday. If you look at counties that are more complete, it seems to have shifted just enough to Biden. You compare Biden to Clinton, that he might win the state by a point or two when Clinton lost it by a bit less than a point. But that's certainly a case where there's a lot more vote counting left to occur.
And we're going to get vote counts from Arizona tonight as well. 2 more drops of votes. There are about 600,000 ballots left out there. Right now, Vice President Biden has about a 2 or 3 point lead. The Trump campaign believes that even though there's a lot of mail vote out there, these are mail votes that favor Republicans. What more do we know about that 600,000 group of votes that is still out there?
So it's not a crazy theory by the Trump campaign. It's true that you had kind of a red shift among mail votes in Arizona. Democrats sent their votes in early. GOP votes came in later. If you kind of squint and look at the math in a certain way, it just might turn it into a tie for Trump. But the problem is that Biden overperforms the party registration numbers in Arizona because you have a lot of ancestral John McCain Republicans who are now swing voters. You have a lot of independents who are now Democrats in name only. So, you know, you have to make a pretty favorable set of assumptions for Trump for him to win Arizona. But it's not crazy. I don't think the state should have been called by anyone.
Okay, let me bring in Kate Shaw as well. We've already seen the lawsuits being filed. We presume there are going to be recounts, at least in Wisconsin, probably in more states beyond that, including perhaps Michigan. Walk through first the recount process and the potential legal challenges that could end this up and put this in court.
Sure. So recounts are available whenever the vote margin is close enough and someone requests a recount. So we know already that Wisconsin, that is ongoing, or at least the request will be made. It seems likely that if the vote count is close enough in Michigan and Pennsylvania and perhaps other states, the candidate on the losing side of the initial numbers will seek a recount. And it could be more than just those 3 states. What there isn't any legal path to do is what the president has broadly suggested, which is just seek to stop counting. That's not a plausible legal claim. It's not one any court would recognize. There may be challenges of the sort that has been suggested might be filed in Michigan, challenges to the method or circumstances in which ballots are being counted, access, say, to observers being denied or not being sufficiently extended. So those are the kinds of lawsuits, and I think it is right what Cecilia said. This is sort of a scorched earth strategy, and we are going to see, we have already seen over 300 lawsuits prior to Election Day challenging various aspects of our election system. I think we are likely to see many more, but they need to be specific. They need to articulate a legal claim, and a lot of these feel, just from what we know so far, like they are pretty uphill legal theories for the president's team.
Kate Shaw, thanks. Rahm Emanuel, the message from Joe Biden: "I will govern as an American president." What degree of confidence do you think he would have had to have in the results to come out and give this speech at this time?
He has a high confidence. And remember, early on, their modelers had Michigan and Wisconsin right before, while everybody else was running around a bit with their hair on fire. So I think what he did is exactly right from 2 or 3 points from a message standpoint. 1, he was assertive without being presumptuous. 2, he had a message in a civics box. He told you the history of that this is a government of and by and for the people, slightly like Gettysburg, like what Lincoln did. But his message was about unity, which is consistent with what he did in the campaign. So that was the theory. I do think what Trump's doing on a legal strategy, if I can divert one moment. The scorched earth policy is working the ref here. He's basically thrown a total series of dust out on Michigan and Wisconsin, knowing that it will go against him, so he can concentrate his firepower. If you're going to rule against me there, I want help out in Pennsylvania. And the judges, acting a little like Solomon-esque, are going to say, okay, if we gave you those two, maybe we could throw it the other way. So the strategy is crazy like a fox. Don't think there's nothing here. It's not a legal strategy. Donald Trump is all about politics. I'm going to fight you on Michigan and Wisconsin, but you're going to have to give me Wisconsin because you're going to go against me on those two.
Chris Christie, we haven't heard from the president yet. Well, we actually heard from him quite early this morning. We haven't heard from him since that speech early this morning. He did face some blowback on what's the strategy going forward. Can it survive falling behind in Pennsylvania?
Well, listen, George, I think you never want to fall behind if you're going to be in a close race like this. Ram and I were discussing this earlier. You always want to be the guy who can, be fighting from ahead rather than fighting from behind. But I think there's a clear strategy here. I think Arizona hasn't been called because Arizona shouldn't be called, because there still are a lot of votes out there, and people don't really know what's going to happen in Arizona. None of the Biden people feel confident, but you know what? The Trump people felt confident in Wisconsin last night, and then when Milwaukee County hit, all of a sudden they were behind. I think it's close enough in Wisconsin for it to be appropriate to ask for a recount, and they have. And as far as the lawsuit in Michigan, I think it's appropriate to say we want to be able to watch these votes being counted, and apparently Michigan law allows for that. And so you, of course, would want the votes to stop being counted until the court rules. And if the court rules in your favor, then you can go in and appropriately watch those votes being counted. And the same thing should apply in Pennsylvania. So, these are all things I think are very reasonable things for the president's campaign to do. What the result will be, who knows? But what we know is that we're not asking, I don't want people to misunderstand. The president's not saying through these lawsuits, don't count any more votes, leave it where it is. What he's saying is, if you want to, we don't want any more votes counted until we can have representatives there watching to make sure the count is on the up and up. And I think that would be something that the Biden campaign, if they're being reasonable, wouldn't disagree about.
Okay, and we're going to see a lot more vote coming in today. We expect more votes coming in from Michigan. We expect more votes coming in from Pennsylvania, and probably the remaining votes from Arizona as well. So we're going to be back, of course, with World News Tonight with David Muir, and I'll be anchoring a primetime special at 10 Eastern right here on the network. Stay with us.
We're taking a live look at the Capitol now as we continue this count in this 2020 election. We just heard a few minutes ago from former Vice President Joe Biden explicitly saying he is not declaring victory, but he says when the votes are counted, we, meaning him and his running mate, Senator Kamala Harris, think that they will show that we won.
And that is the position of the Biden campaign, is that in contrast to Donald Trump, he's not suing anybody to stop the count. He says when the count is completed, as they're taking it, he will win, as you say. And that is the map right now. It's not done. It's not over. They're still counting votes. And as you can see, ABC News on the conservative side, and properly so, given what we've seen in polling and that kind of analysis over the past couple of cycles, there is still vote out enough in Nevada and Arizona and these other states to give Donald Trump the presidency again. It's not likely, given what they're looking at, but we're going to count it yet.
That's right. And ABC News political director Rick Klein has been keeping track of all of it for us. Rick, what did you make from Biden's speech, particularly when you look at where the numbers are right now?
Yeah, measured, calming. I think, especially given the bluster from President Trump in the last 24 hours or so, the tone that he's trying to strike is one of leadership and one that begins to look beyond this intense moment. You heard a lot from him right there about the ability to start to reach out to people, to calm the divisions. Maybe it's naive. That's the message, though, that he brought to the American people. And if he wins the presidency, that's the platform that he was very consistently running on from the beginning of his campaign. And look, I think the word from him and the word from his campaign is they're confident, but they're quietly confident. They will meet President Trump and his lawyers in court if need be, They like where they are in this position. But I'll tell you, in talking to that campaign over the last couple of days, they have been very upfront about their data, about their paths. It hasn't been threats. It hasn't been bluster. It was very straightforward. They had a plan. They executed on it. It wasn't quite the night that they hoped it would be, but it may have been a night that still delivered Joe Biden the presidency.
And may remains the question because, one of the things that Donald Trump has done best in his life, arguably, is sue people. He's sued people thousands of times. It's one of his tactics in both to get his way in business and in politics. So what about these lawsuits from the Trump campaign? What's the likelihood, do you think, that they'd be successful in blocking some of these votes from being counted and prolonging the election?
Yeah, Terry, there's kind of two buckets so far that we've seen in the legal strategy. One is an attempt to block the voting in states like Michigan and Pennsylvania until there can be election monitors, people from the Trump campaign that can get close. That's difficult in the time of COVID, of course, and I think it reflects a strategy to try to freeze the vote count, particularly in Pennsylvania, where the president's leading right now. But there are a lot of places that are still going to report back that are supposed to be favorable to Biden. The other one is more targeted, and there may be others like it, but in Pennsylvania in particular, the Supreme Court a couple weeks ago declined to say one way or the other whether Pennsylvania would be able to receive ballots that were mailed on Election Day, but received up till as late as this Friday, and that's been a point of contention. The Trump campaign is jumping into that fight, trying to exclude any of those votes which they presume to be for Joe Biden, but that only really matters if the initial count that includes things that votes that were received up to Election Day favors Joe Biden or favors President Trump in a way that the other votes could make a difference. So, in other words, if Joe Biden is winning anyway, the additional votes would probably just be gravy to add to that pile. So it doesn't seem to me, and I could be wrong about this, Terry, you're the legal expert, not me, but it doesn't seem to me like they're doing anything that would substantially change the vote count itself. The votes are going to be the votes, and barring some kind of a catastrophe or new revelation, evidence of which has not been presented, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to change the numbers.
And Rick, even these ballots that have been called into question, not specific ballots, but the general idea of them, the question isn't whether or not they should be counting ballots that were cast after the deadline on Election Day. They were cast before then. It's just a matter of when they were received. Can you explain that nuance?
Yeah, sure. Look, states have different laws around these things. There are some states where you have to send in your absentee ballot or your early vote and have it received by Election Day. There's others that say, well, as long as you send it in or have it postmarked by Election Day, we can receive it up to a few days later. Now, Pennsylvania has never really had much of a history with early voting in the past. They changed their laws. They loosened them for COVID-19. And one of the things that lawmakers tried to do was to change that deadline, to let people send in a vote as late as Election Day and be received a few days later. And that's where the court fight began. The state Supreme Court ultimately allowed the late counting, and the Supreme Court, a deadlocked 4-4 Supreme Court before Amy Coney Barrett was on the court, said that that would be okay. But there was a warning attached to that, as we've reported on and Terry's reported on extensively, that they may revisit that. And so it's possible it goes back before the court, but it's not clear at this stage how many votes we're talking about here, whether they'd have the capacity to turn the election. Guys, we can think about things in the context of that very close recount in Florida in 2000, but unless you have that tight margin like that, it's hard to see any of these very narrow issues becoming relevant.
Well, let me ask you, Rick, if things continue along these lines, as Vice President Biden thinks they will, can you see Donald Trump conceding that he lost?
It's hard for me to imagine those words escaping his lips. And he has spent so much of the last 4 years alleging fraud and various plots by Democrats. And I feel like his Twitter feed will continue to spread that sort of misleading information up to the day he deletes it or the day he dies. So I can't imagine him saying, you know what, the guy beat me and let's move on. I could imagine a scenario where he says, I think I should have won. I think I would have won, and I don't love it, but ultimately a peaceful transition of power. But I think these next 48 hours are critical because those initial final vote counts what do the numbers show in Nevada? What do they show in Arizona? What do they show when we're finalized in Michigan, as we are now in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Georgia and North Carolina? If, when the dust settles from all of that, there is a viable path and a plausible legal argument to make that there's a challenge that could overturn it, then I could see an active flurry of court fights in multiple state capitals, Florida on steroids. If, on the other hand, it appears that President Trump has lost enough states that he's losing pretty badly, I just don't see it. I don't see how you keep up a fight like that unless you've got the facts on your side.
And Rick, we're coming up on almost 24 hours now since the first polls closed and those votes started being counted. As we head into evening now, what do you make of what we've seen so far in this count, and what do you think we should expect going into tonight?
Yeah, that's kind of jarring for you to say because I haven't slept in the 24 hours.
Neither has Terry, and I've gotten a very small amount, so we're with you.
It's very strange to think about this very long day that we've been in, but I mean, what a wild series of events. I mean, to have those initial returns come through, and so many Democrats feel like it's just a replay of 2016, to see the early hopes of a landslide or a blue wave crashed early on, and then the very real panic among Democrats that they weren't going to put it together. When President Trump did come out early this morning to declare something of a premature victory, he had a very plausible path, and you could look at that map and say, okay, I see how this guy has gotten it done. And of course, that's changed as more numbers have rolled in the overnight hours and through the day today. The Wisconsin results are very definitive, 20,000 votes. We've got probably 3 times that margin and counting in Michigan. The Pennsylvania vote, we're going to get a lot more tonight and into tomorrow. It's possible that Donald Trump clings on. It's possible that there's another wide margin, that something similar happens there. So the range of possible outcomes has adjusted so crazily. And of course, all of it up against the context of really not matching the polling expectations coming into the night. There were several states, many states even, that ended up not being that close, that polling suggested would be much otherwise, or ones that were close that people thought would be, absolute blowouts. So it's been quite a range of 24 hours or so.
And because of all that, it's been a roller coaster ride, no matter which side you're on. Rick Klein, thanks very much for that. We're going to take a break right now. More ABC News Live, continuing coverage of the 2020 presidential election after this.
Election 2020 on ABC News Live continues in a moment.
is an ABC News election update. Now reporting chief anchor George Stephanopoulos.
Good afternoon. We're coming back on the air right now because we're about to hear from former Vice President Joe Biden in Wilmington, Delaware in just a minute. Let's give an update on where things stand right now. Joe Biden has won 21 states, 237 electoral votes, closing in on the 270 he needs. Donald Trump, 23 states, won 214 electoral votes. We still see some big states out there, though. You have Arizona and Nevada in the Southwest, Michigan and Pennsylvania in the Midwest, and then, of course, Georgia and North Carolina as well. I want to go to Mary Bruce. We're about to hear from Vice President Biden now for the second time. He spoke last night. What do we expect to hear from him in just a few minutes?
We are told, George, that he is going to be upbeat, and that is because his team is feeling increasingly confident. They have made very clear as the hours have passed today that they believe that Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States, and that is because in many of these still outstanding states, especially that critical blue wall that Donald Trump won in 2016, they feel that they are ahead by a margin which Donald Trump simply cannot make up at this point. They are very confident that they are winning in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Nevada, and also Arizona, George. And so Joe Biden is likely to come out here right now and make comments to that effect. The question is whether or not he's going to declare victory, which is something that he has stopped short of doing so far. I also suspect that he will continue to urge patience with this process and continue to commit to fighting to make sure that every single vote is counted, George.
Here comes former Vice President Biden right now. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kamala and I are here to make a brief statement, and I'm sure we'll have more to say later, and either tonight or tomorrow. But let me begin by thanking the press for being here and thanking everyone else. My fellow Americans, yesterday once again proved that democracy is the heartbeat of this nation. Just as it has been the heartbeat of this nation for 2 centuries. And even in the face of a pandemic, more Americans voted this election than ever before in American history. Over 150 million people cast their votes. I think that's just extraordinary. And if we had any doubts, we shouldn't have any longer about a government of, by, and for the people. It's very much alive in America. Here, the people rule. Power can't be taken or asserted. It flows from the people, and it's their will that determines who will be the President of the United States, and their will alone. And now, after a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report that when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners. With all the votes counted, we have won Wisconsin by 20,000 votes, virtually the same margin that President Trump won that state 4 years ago. In Michigan, we lead by over 35,000 votes, and it's growing. A substantially bigger margin than President Trump won Michigan in 2016. Michigan will complete its vote soon, maybe as early as today. And I feel very good about Pennsylvania. Virtually all the remaining ballots to be counted were cast by mail. And we've been winning 78% of the votes by mail in Pennsylvania. We've flipped Arizona and the 2nd District of Nebraska. Of special significance to me is that we've won with the majority of the American people. And every indication is that that majority will grow. We have a popular vote lead of nearly 3 million votes, and every indication is that will grow as well. Indeed, Senator Harris and I are on track to win more votes than any ticket in the history of this country that ever won the presidency and vice presidency. Over 70 million votes. I'm very proud of our campaign. Only 3 presidential campaigns in the past have defeated an incumbent president. When it's finished, God willing, we'll be the 4th. This is a major achievement. This is a major achievement. And it's been a long and difficult campaign. But it's been a more difficult time for our country, a hard time. We've had hard campaigns before. We've faced hard times before. So once this election is finalized and behind us, it'll be time for us to do what we've always done as Americans, to put the harsh rhetoric of the campaign behind us, to lower the temperature, to see each other again, to listen to one another, to hear each other again, and respect and care for one another, to unite, to heal, to come together as a nation. I know this won't be easy. I'm not naive. Neither of us are. I know how deep and hard the opposing views are in our country on so many things. But I also know this as well. To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as enemies. We are not enemies. What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart. So let me be clear. We are campaigning as Democrats, but I will govern as an American president. The presidency itself is not a partisan institution. It's the one office in this nation that represents everyone. And it demands a duty of care for all Americans. And that is precisely what I will do. I will work as hard for those who didn't vote for me as I will for those who did vote for me. Now, every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. America's come too far. America's fought too many battles. America's endured too much to ever let that happen. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender. My friends, I'm confident we'll emerge victorious. But this will not be my victory alone or our victory alone. It'll be a victory for the American people, for our democracy, for America. And there will be no blue states and red states when we win, just the United States of America. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
Joe Biden there wrapping up his statement. Not going to take any questions there from the crowd. The press will assemble along with his vice presidential nominee, Kamala Harris, saying very carefully that he is not there to declare victory, but believes that it's clear that he is winning enough states to win the 270 electoral votes. Talking about the vote counts in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Nebraska, too. Of course, his lead has been widening in Wisconsin and Michigan. We're still waiting on an awful lot of votes in Pennsylvania as well. I want to bring in Cecilia Vega first. And Cecilia, we haven't heard from President Trump today. We did hear from his campaign just in the last hour. They're disputing very heavily the idea that Joe Biden will win in Pennsylvania, and they still believe they can win the state of Arizona.
Yeah, because these are 2 states they need to win on their map, George. And we just got word from the campaign that they are now filing a lawsuit on the case there in Pennsylvania, the count there on Pennsylvania, asking for the vote counting to be temporarily halted. They say until all counting is done, and what they're saying is an above board and by the law. They're also, listen to this, prematurely declaring victory there. We are expected to hear from a press conference from the president's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, and some family members of the campaign from Pennsylvania. But look, George, we've been saying this all along since early this morning in the middle of the night, that the president is not the one who gets to declare victory. That is not the way it works. The president doesn't get to stop vote counting by a simple lawsuit like this. These are votes that are legally need to be counted. This is the way the American democratic systems work. We heard the election officials there in Pennsylvania just a couple of hours ago saying this has been among the smoother elections that they have seen in recent memory. In addition to that, we've been talking about this today. We've got this lawsuit filed by the campaign in Michigan. We've got a demand for a recount in Wisconsin, coupled with these conspiracy theories that the president has been throwing out about election integrity all day long on Twitter. So it really seems right now, George, like even though we haven't heard from the president, we are seeing this strategy being laid out at the moment, and it is very much a throw the kitchen sink strategy at this count right now.
Thank you, Cecilia. Let me go to Nate Silver from 538. Interesting that Vice President Biden said the number 270, and that's it right now. If you look at all the states where he's leading, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Nebraska too, it gets him exactly 270 electoral votes. Talk first about what you're seeing in Pennsylvania. Trump team says they see a path to victory. You just heard Vice President Biden there say he thinks he's going to prevail. What are you seeing?
In Pennsylvania, there's a lot more votes still left to count than we have in these other states. They thought they would get it resolved by Thursday or Friday. If you look at counties that are more complete, it seems to have shifted just enough to Biden. You compare Biden to Clinton, that he might win the state by a point or two when Clinton lost it by a bit less than a point. But that's certainly a case where there's a lot more vote counting left to occur.
And we're going to get vote counts from Arizona tonight as well. 2 more drops of votes. There are about 600,000 ballots left out there. Right now, Vice President Biden has about a 2 or 3 point lead. The Trump campaign believes that even though there's a lot of mail vote out there, these are mail votes that favor Republicans. What more do we know about that 600,000 group of votes that is still out there?
So it's not a crazy theory by the Trump campaign. It's true that you had kind of a red shift among mail votes in Arizona. Democrats sent their votes in early. GOP votes came in later. If you kind of squint and look at the math in a certain way, it just might turn it into a tie for Trump. But the problem is that Biden overperforms the party registration numbers in Arizona because you have a lot of ancestral John McCain Republicans who are now swing voters. You have a lot of independents who are now Democrats in name only. So, you have to make a pretty favorable set of assumptions for Trump for him to win Arizona. But it's not crazy. I don't think the state should have been called by anyone.
Okay. Let me bring in Kate Shaw as well. We've already seen the lawsuits being filed. We presume they're going to be recounts, at least in Wisconsin, probably in more states beyond that, including perhaps Michigan. Walk through first the recount process and the potential legal challenges that could end this up and put this in court.
Sure. So recounts are available whenever the vote margin is close enough and someone requests a recount. So we know already that Wisconsin, that is ongoing, or at least the request will be made. It seems likely that if the vote count is close enough in Michigan and Pennsylvania and perhaps other states, the candidate on the losing side of the initial numbers will seek a recount, and it could be more than just those 3 states. What there isn't any legal path to do is what the president has broadly suggested, which is just seek to stop counting. That's not a plausible legal claim. It's not one any court would recognize. There may be challenges of the sort that has been suggested might be filed in Michigan, challenges to the method or circumstances in which ballots are being counted, access, say, to observers being denied or not being sufficiently extended. So those are the kinds of lawsuits, and I think it is right what Cecilia said. This is sort of a scorched earth strategy, and we are going to see, we have already seen over 300 lawsuits prior to Election Day challenging various aspects of our election system. I think we are likely to see many more, but they need to be specific. They need to articulate a legal claim, and a lot of these feel, just from what we know so far, like they are pretty uphill legal theories for the president's team.
Kate Shaw, thanks. Rahm Emanuel, the message from Joe Biden now will govern as an American president. What degree of confidence do you think he would have had to have in the results to come out and give this speech at this time?
He has a high confidence. And remember, early on, their modelers had Michigan and Wisconsin right before, while everybody else was running around a bit with their hair on fire. So I think what he did is exactly right from 2 or 3 points from a message standpoint. 1, he was assertive without being presumptuous. 2, he had a message in a civics box. He told you the history of that this is a government of and by and for the people, slightly like Gettysburg, like what Lincoln did. But his message was about unity, which is consistent with what he did in the campaign. So that was a theory. I do think what Trump's doing on a legal strategy, if I can, for divert one moment. The scorched shirt policy is working the ref here. He's basically thrown a total series of dust out on Michigan and Wisconsin, knowing that it will go against him, so he can concentrate his firepower. If you're going to rule against me there, I want help out in Pennsylvania. And the judges, acting a little like Solomon-esque, are going to say, okay, if we gave you those two, maybe we could throw it the other way. So the strategy is crazy like a fox. Don't think there's nothing here. It's not a legal strategy. Donald Trump is all about politics. I'm going to fight you on Michigan and Wisconsin, but you're going to have to give me Wisconsin because you're going to go against me on those two.
Chris Christie, we haven't heard from the president yet. Well, we actually heard from him quite early this morning. We haven't heard from him since that speech early this morning, which he did face some blowback on. What's the strategy going forward? Can it survive falling behind in Pennsylvania?
Well, listen, George, I think you never want to fall behind if you're going to be in a close race like this. Ram and I were discussing this earlier. You always want to be the guy who can, be fighting from ahead rather than fighting from behind. But I think there's a clear strategy here. I think Arizona hasn't been called because Arizona shouldn't be called, because there still are a lot of votes out there, and people don't really know what's going to happen in Arizona. None of the Biden people feel confident, but you know what? The Trump people felt confident in Wisconsin last night, and then when Milwaukee County hit, all of a sudden they were behind. I think it's close enough in Wisconsin for it to be appropriate to ask for a recount, and they have. And as far as the lawsuit in Michigan, I think it's appropriate to say we want to be able to watch these votes being counted, and apparently Michigan law allows for that. And so you, of course, would want the votes to stop being counted until the court rules. And if the court rules in your favor, then you can go in and appropriately watch those votes being counted. And the same thing should apply in Pennsylvania. So, these are all things I think are very reasonable things for the president's campaign to do. What the result will be, who knows? But what we know is that we're not asking, I don't want people to misunderstand. The president's not saying through these lawsuits, don't count any more votes, leave it where it is. What he's saying is, if you want to, we don't want any more votes counted until we can have representatives there watching to make sure the count is on the up and up. And I think that would be something that the Biden campaign, if they're being reasonable, wouldn't disagree about.
Okay, and we're going to see a lot more vote coming in today. We expect more votes coming in from Michigan. We expect more votes coming in from Pennsylvania, and probably the remaining votes from Arizona as well. So we're going to be back, of course, with World News Tonight with David Muir, and I'll be anchoring a primetime special at 10 Eastern right here on the network. Stay with us.
We're taking a live look at the Capitol now as we continue this count in this 2020 election. We just heard a few minutes ago from former Vice President Joe Biden explicitly saying he is not declaring victory, but he says when the votes are counted, we, meaning him and his running mate, Senator Kamala Harris, think that they will show that we won.
And that is the position of the Biden campaign, is that in contrast to Donald Trump, he's not suing anybody to stop the count. He says when the count is completed, as they're taking it, he will win, as you say. And that is the map right now. It's not done. It's not over. They're still counting votes. And as you can see, ABC News on the conservative side, and properly so, given what we've seen in polling and that kind of analysis over the past couple of cycles, there is still vote out enough in Nevada and Arizona and these other states to give Donald Trump the presidency again. It's not likely, given what they're looking at, but we're going to count it yet.
That's right. And ABC News political director Rick Klein has been keeping track of all of it for us. Rick, what did you make from Biden's speech, particularly when you look at where the numbers are right now?
Yeah, measured, calming. I think, especially given the bluster from President Trump in the last 24 hours or so, the tone that he's trying to strike is one of leadership and one that begins to look beyond this intense moment. You heard a lot from him right there about the ability to start to reach out to people, to calm the divisions. Maybe it's naive. That's the message, though, that he brought to the American people. And if he wins the presidency, that's the platform that he was very consistently running on from the beginning of his campaign. And look, I think the word from him and the word from his campaign is they're confident, but they're quietly confident. They will meet President Trump and his lawyers in court if need be. They like where they are in this position. But I'll tell you, in talking to that campaign over the last couple of days, they have been very upfront about their data, about their paths. It hasn't been threats. It hasn't been bluster. It was very straightforward. They had a plan. They executed on it. It wasn't quite the night that they hoped it would be, but it may have been a night that still delivered Joe Biden the presidency.
And May remains the question because, one of the things that Donald Trump has done best in his life, arguably, is sue people. He's sued people thousands of times. It's one of his tactics in both to get his way in business and in politics. So what about these lawsuits from the Trump campaign? What's the likelihood, do you think, that they'd be successful in blocking some of these votes from being counted and prolonging the election?
Yeah, Terry, there's kind of two buckets so far that we've seen in the legal strategy. One is an attempt to block the voting in states like Michigan and Pennsylvania until there can be election monitors, people from the Trump campaign that can get close. That's difficult in the time of COVID, of course, and I think it reflects a strategy to try to freeze the vote count, particularly in Pennsylvania, where the president is leading right now. But there are a lot of places that are still going to report back that are supposed to be favorable to Biden. The other one is more targeted, and there may be others like it. But in Pennsylvania, in particular, the Supreme Court a couple weeks ago declined to say one way or the other whether Pennsylvania would be able to receive ballots that were mailed on Election Day, but received up till as late as this Friday, and that's been a point of contention. The Trump campaign is jumping into that fight, trying to exclude any of those votes which they presume to be for Joe Biden. But that only really matters if the initial count that includes things that votes that were received up to Election Day favors Joe Biden, or favors President Trump in a way that the other votes could make a difference. So, in other words, if Joe Biden is winning anyway, the additional votes would probably just be gravy to add to that pile. So it doesn't seem to me, and I could be wrong about this, Terry, you're the legal expert, not me, but it doesn't seem to me like they're doing anything that would substantially change the vote count itself. The votes are going to be the votes, and barring some kind of a catastrophe or new revelation, evidence of which has not been presented, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to change the numbers.
And Rick, even these ballots that have been called into question, not specific ballots, but the general idea of them, the question isn't whether or not they should be counting ballots that were cast after the deadline on Election Day. They were cast before then. It's just a matter of when they were received. Can you explain that nuance?
Yeah, sure. Look, states have different laws around these things. There are some states where you have to send in your absentee ballot or your early vote and have it received by Election Day. There's others that say, well, as long as you send it in or have it postmarked by Election Day, we can receive it up to a few days later. Now, Pennsylvania has never really had much of a history with early voting in the past. They changed their laws. They loosened them for COVID-19. And one of the things that lawmakers tried to do was to change that deadline, to let people send in a vote as late as Election Day and be received a few days later. And that's where the court fight began. The state Supreme Court ultimately allowed the late counting, and the Supreme Court, a deadlocked 4-4 Supreme Court before Amy Coney Barrett was on the court, said that that would be okay. But there was a warning attached to that, as we've reported on and Terry's reported on extensively, that they may revisit that. And so it's possible it goes back before the court, but it's not clear at this stage how many votes we're talking about here, whether they'd have the capacity to turn the election. Guys, we can think about things in the context of that very close recount in Florida in 2000, but unless you have that tight margin like that, it's hard to see any of these very narrow issues becoming relevant.
Well, let me ask you, Rick, if things continue along these lines, as Vice President Biden thinks they will, can you see Donald Trump conceding that he lost?
It's hard for me to imagine those words escaping his lips. And he has spent so much of the last 4 years alleging fraud and various plots by Democrats. And I feel like his Twitter feed will continue to spread that sort of misleading information up to the day he deletes it or the day he dies. So I can't imagine him saying, you know what, the guy beat me and let's move on. I could imagine a scenario where he says, I think I should have won. I think I would have have won and I don't love it, but ultimately a peaceful transition of power. But I think these next 48 hours are critical because those initial final vote counts. What do the numbers show in Nevada? What do they show in Arizona? What do they show when we're finalized in Michigan, as we are now in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Georgia and North Carolina? If, when the dust settles from all of that, there is a viable path and a plausible legal argument to make that there's a challenge that could overturn it, then I could see an active flurry of court fights in multiple state capitals, Florida on steroids. If, on the other hand, it appears that President Trump has lost enough states that he's losing pretty badly, I just don't see it. I don't see how you keep up a fight like that unless you've got the facts on your side.
And Rick, we're coming up on almost 24 hours now since the first polls closed and those votes started being counted. As we head into evening now, what do you make of what we've seen so far in this count, and what do you think we should expect going into tonight?
Yeah, that's kind of jarring for you to say because I haven't slept in the last 24 hours.
Well, I am here to
Neither
report.
has Terry, and I've gotten a very small amount, so we're with you.
It's very strange to think about this very long day that we've been in, but I mean, what a wild series of events. I mean, to have those initial returns come through, and so many Democrats feel like it's just a replay of 2016, to see the early hopes of a landslide or a blue wave crashed early on, and then the very real panic among Democrats that they weren't going to put it together. When President Trump did come out early this morning to declare something of a premature victory, he had a very plausible path.
I don't know, though.
And you could look at that map and say, okay, I see how this guy has gotten it done. And of course, that's changed as more numbers have rolled in the overnight hours and through the day today. The Wisconsin results are very definitive, 20,000 votes. We've got probably 3 times that margin and counting in Michigan. The Pennsylvania vote, we're going to get a lot more tonight and into tomorrow. It's possible that Donald Trump clings on. It's possible that there's another wide margin, that something similar happens there. So the range of possible outcomes has adjusted so crazily. And of course, all of it up against the context of really not matching the polling expectations coming into the night. There were several states, many states even, that ended up not being that close, that polling suggested would be much otherwise, or ones that were close that people thought would be, absolute blowouts. So it's been quite a range of 24 hours or so.
And because of all that, yeah, it's been a roller coaster ride, no matter which side you're on. Rick Klein, thanks very much for that. We're going to take a break right now. More ABC News Live, continuing coverage of the 2020 presidential election after this.
Election 2020 on ABC News Live continues. Live special.
Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it.
We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
From ABC News Election Headquarters, Election 2020.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for streaming with us. I'm Diane Macedo at ABC News headquarters in New York. And the race for the White House is still too close to call. That surge of early and mail-in voting is still being counted as we speak. But ABC News is now projecting Joe Biden will win the key state of Michigan. That state has gone to Democrats in the past, but it famously went to Donald Trump 4 years ago. Again, ABC News now projecting Joe Biden has won the state of Michigan. And ABC News Deputy Political Director Mary Alice Parks joins us now for a look at what this means. Mary Alice, how big of a win is Michigan for Joe Biden, and what does that do for the map right now?
Yeah, this is huge for Joe Biden, a pretty big blow to the president, really narrowing his possible path to 270. Look, Joe Biden's team had said all day they felt confident about the state, and his numbers were trending up there. Every time more of that mailed-in vote was counted, his numbers went up. You know, this was something we talked about as a possible just reality of the count there in these Midwestern states. For weeks, we knew that a number of these states would not be counting that mail-in vote until Election Day. We knew that that mail-in vote was very likely to skew Democrat, and that's really what we saw. You know, the mail-in vote came from an early absentee vote came from those big Democratic cities, and it was enough to put him over the edge. You know, interesting here is going to be the margin. Right now, if the margin that we're seeing were to hold, it would be pretty hard for there to be a recount challenge, but that margin could narrow again. So I think there's going to be questions about whether the margin could be close enough to a recount. We're not seeing that yet, but there will be questions about the margins, and obviously the president and his team are going to have to respond about how they see their map now.
And the president and his team have said that they already launched a lawsuit into Michigan, saying they haven't been given what they consider to be the proper access to see the vote counts. What do we know about that lawsuit right now?
Not a lot. I haven't seen it. I haven't read it yet. The fact is that it's actually a really transparent process. There were cameras in a lot of the rooms or just outside a lot of the rooms that were doing the count. You could see some of the poll workers counting the ballots through glass windows. You know, I was pretty surprised at how calm, cool, and collected the elected officials there in Michigan were today. They came out, they gave regular press conferences, they gave regular updates. They were very transparent about where they still had mail-in votes to count. And like I said, this was something they had talked about for weeks. They said if it is tight, every single one of those mailed-in ballots could matter. And they were right in the end. And they had committed to making sure that every vote that was legally cast was counted. And right now it's looking like that's exactly what happened.
And Wisconsin's one of the other states we heard from recently. We haven't projected it yet, but right now Joe Biden is the apparent winner. We are seeing 100% reporting there. What does that do in terms of to have both of these states now, one officially projected, the other with Joe Biden being the apparent winner? What does that do in terms of contesting these results? Because we have seen the Trump campaign already call for a recount in Wisconsin before we even had those results in. But we've also seen recounts in Wisconsin before yield very small results.
Yeah, exactly. But look, if the margin is close, then either party, either candidate can call for a recount. But it has to be really close. So we will see where exactly that final sort of margin ends up. I do think that it's possible we end up in a scenario where we are where one or both of the campaigns asks for a recount there in Wisconsin. But look, if this map holds right now, and Biden holds on to the leads that he has right now, he's ahead in the vote in Arizona, but he's not a win. The big question right now still Pennsylvania. We have a significant amount of votes still out there. You know, some estimates hundreds of thousands of votes still out, but the president up with a big margin, as you see key. So I think that Pennsylvania could come down absolutely to the wire. Again, a state that's not surprising that we're seeing this sort of slow, methodical count. Pennsylvania also did not start counting those ballots, those mailed-in ballots, until Election Day.
Yeah, we did, of course, expect this. And we, you and Rick Klein spent all week warning us that this would happen. But, when you get to the day, everybody wants to know.
Yeah.
And so, of
Americans
course,
are bad at being patient.
We are. We want to know. And elections are a really big deal. So we are trying to be patient, and we're trying to remind the viewers to do the same. We know that every vote has to be counted, but we do like to try to eke out of you guys, how much information you do know. And these two states, no doubt, good news for Joe Biden, for him to hear how it looks like he's doing in Wisconsin and in Michigan. But, as you mentioned, there is still a path to victory for President Trump right now.
He would need to hold on to a win in Pennsylvania. He would need to secure that win in Pennsylvania. There's still a lot of ballots to go through there. And then he would have to sort of flip the script on Arizona. Right now, we haven't seen evidence that there's that much more outstanding vote in Arizona. So it'll be sort of interesting to see any final reports from that state. Obviously, it's we haven't had any projections from our decision desk yet with Arizona, but we see Joe Biden up with a slight margin there. So the president really has this one singular path. He would need to hold on to Pennsylvania, and he would need to pull ahead somehow in Arizona. We need to be braced for all possibilities. One more possibility I would just throw in the mix. We haven't had any projections with Georgia, and Democrats are still liking what they're seeing and with some of the outstanding vote there. So we have to be patient still and be open to all possibilities. The campaigns are wanting us to be open to all possibilities, and we should afford them that.
We may not be good at patient, but I do think 2020 has taught us to be open to all possibilities. Mary Alice, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And again, neither President Trump or former Vice President Joe Biden have secured those 270 electoral votes they need to win the presidency. But overnight, we heard the president claim victory anyway. He even went so far as to call the process fraudulent. And then in the last hour or so, former Vice President Joe Biden came out saying that he's not declaring victory, but he did add that when the votes are counted, his team believes that they have won. ABC's Andrew Dimpert is in Washington with the latest.
It's a race to the finish line, and the margin still razor thin in the states that could tip the scales in the 2020 election. As predicted for months, counting the record-shattering number of mail-in and absentee votes in battleground states is taking time, as anxious Americans wait to see who wins the White House. Although the race is still too close to project, last night both President Trump and Joe Biden securing several all-important wins.
We are now projecting that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio. We have another state to project, and it is the state of Virginia. It is going to Joe Biden.
It was a roller coaster election night for both candidates, seeing leads evaporate, change, and tighten in some crucial states. Biden addressing the nation this evening, not declaring victory, but saying he's confident he will win once the votes are counted.
We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender. My friends, I'm confident will emerge victorious.
President Trump, however, again casting doubt on the election's integrity without evidence, demanding that no more votes be counted.
We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay?
Legal experts say the president can't stop the vote counting, and state officials are promising to count every valid vote.
Our election clerks and our election workers have been working throughout the night to tabulate every vote and ensure that every vote is counted.
Every legal vote will count.
With all precincts reporting in Wisconsin and Joe Biden holding just a half-point lead, ABC News is characterizing Biden as the apparent winner in the state, Trump's team already promising a recount. Biden is also holding on to much of the blue wall states, but there could be cracks. Trump is leading in Pennsylvania, but officials say there are millions more ballots to be tallied, and the U.S. Supreme Court ruled they have through Friday to count them. And to be clear, election officials had been cautioning in the lead up to election night that it would take days to count the millions of mail-in ballots. But the fact that this is taking time is not all that uncommon and doesn't mean there's a problem. Andrew Dimbert, ABC News, Washington.
All right, thanks to Andrew for that. Now let's go to ABC's Kira Phillips, who's tracking the latest developments for us as those ballots are counted. Kira, what are you seeing?
Well, there's a lot that we're seeing. First of all, I'm being told that President Trump is in the White House right now, huddled with his advisors, planning his battle plan to win this election. As you know, he's already filed a lawsuit in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, asking for a recount. Filing a lawsuit in Michigan and Pennsylvania and asking for a recount, demanding a recount in Wisconsin. Just moments ago, Diane, wrapping up a news conference in Pennsylvania, his son, Eric Trump, his wife by his side, Pam Bondi, the former attorney general for Florida, an advisor to Trump, also a lawyer, and also Corey Lewandowski, also an advisor to the president, along with Rudy Giuliani, the president's personal attorney, talking about how they have declared victory in Pennsylvania. The quote actually from Eric Trump was that it's very clear to us and we have declared victory in Pennsylvania. That state has not officially been called, but they are saying they already won the state. And then Rudy Giuliani stepped up to the mic announcing that they have witnessed and seen fraud in that state and they are not going to put up with it. And this is what he said.
Not a single Republican has been able to look at any one of these mail ballots. They could be from Mars, as far as we're concerned, or they could be from the Democratic National Committee. Joe Biden could have voted 50 times, as far as we know, or 5,000 times.
And on top of that, the Trump campaign, top aides, family members, also allies of the president, have been out there tweeting victory in Pennsylvania as well. And I'm seeing now that Twitter actually fired back, labeling those tweets, Diane, saying official sources may not have called the race when this was tweeted. So basically slapping a label on all those tweets coming out. Well, as you can imagine, the president responding immediately, putting out his own tweets. We have claimed for electoral vote purposes the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which won't allow legal observers, the state of Georgia and the state of North Carolina, each one of which has a big Trump lead. Additionally, we hereby claim the state of Michigan if, in fact, there was a large number of secretly dumped ballots, as has been widely reported. As you know, as you just mentioned at the top of your show, Diane, ABC calling Michigan to Joe Biden at this point, which is why now we are seeing this lawsuit that has been filed also in Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign claiming victory. Now they're talking about a lawsuit there because that has not officially been called. And on top of that, you saw in Trump's tweet when he was talking about which won't allow legal observers, that they're not allowing legal observers to monitor the voting process there in Pennsylvania. I can tell you Pam Bondi, the former attorney general, talked about that as well, claiming that they have video proving that the Trump campaign, that their poll watchers have been intimidated and have been forced far away enough where they can't observe the voting process that took place yesterday. So a lot to follow, a lot to keep up with. This is far from over, Diane, that's for sure.
That we know. All right, Kira Phillips, thank you. And another state too close to call this evening is Georgia. Elwin Lopez is in Atlanta with more on this. Elwin, we know that this was leaning toward President Trump. What's the latest that we have now?
Yeah, so Diane, Kara was talking about Trump having a big lead. Well, that lead here in the Peach State has slightly narrowed. We were talking about 100,000 votes. That's how much Trump was ahead earlier in the day. That now is about at 78,000 is what we have now. And of course, that could change throughout the day. Now, Fulton County, here where we are, this is the most populous county in the state. They were having some issues yesterday here at State Farm Arena right behind me where they had a pipe burst. Now, the good news is that no ballots were damaged, but they did experience a 3 to 4 hour delay. Now, the Secretary of State says that they're hoping to have results here for Georgia by the end of the day. And of course, that is something that everyone wants, not only people here in Georgia, but across the nation, to see exactly where Georgia stands. Now, the last time that Georgia went blue was in 1992 when Bill Clinton won. And of course, now Joe Biden hoping to do the same here. Diane?
And it sounded like, at least earlier, there didn't look like a huge likelihood that Joe Biden would be able to turn this around. That's what we heard from Steve Osunsami earlier. Has that changed at all now?
Well, you know, this is a battleground state, and again, as these votes are coming in, they're just trying to see whether that is a possibility or not. Of course, as the recount, as these results are coming in and they're counting these votes, that is constantly changing. So there's always a possibility. Of course, Biden is hoping for that. And again, on Trump's campaign, they're saying, you know, there's no way that they're not going to win Georgia. But of course, you know, all these votes have to be counted. And the Secretary of State's office said earlier today that every legal vote counts and matters, and they're going to make sure that that happens here in the Peach State. Diane.
Our thanks to Elwin Lopez in Atlanta. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We are looking again at the results of the 2020 presidential election, still up for grabs, and we're going to unpack that a little bit with our virtual roundtable now. Joining us this evening, former Republican Congresswoman Barbara Comstock, Republican political consultant Alex Castellanos, and SiriusXM radio host Mike Muse. Thank you all for being here today. I know it's been a long day for everyone, so we appreciate you hanging in there with us.
Great to be with you. Thank you for having us.
Mike, I want to start with you. I know Michigan's your home state. Just recently, that was called for Joe Biden. Donald Trump won that state in 2016. So what do you think changed?
Diane, if you could not see my smile, I'm sorry to be a little bit out of character right now, but Michigan delivered. I am from Michigan, born and raised in Atlantic, Michigan, lived in Detroit for 2 years. The nation criticized Detroit for not coming out with the vote in 2016 with Hillary Clinton, and Detroit said, not this year, not on our watch. And black people in Detroit, I'm going to be very specific, black people in Detroit delivered the state of Michigan for Vice President Biden. It is such a great moment culturally for the state of Michigan. It's such a great moment culturally for black Americans, in particular black Detroiters. Detroit gets such a bad rap for so many things, but Detroit is strong. Detroit is resilient. Detroit has a passion, a spirit of the people, which is why they say the spirit of Detroit. And so to all of those who are watching in Detroit, I say, what up, though? Enjoy some Vernors and some Better Lay's potato chips for me tonight. But yes, Diane, to get back into character as political analysis, that is what happened. The Biden campaign, they knew that Michigan was one of their strongholds. They knew they had to bring Michigan back on the map, not only for 2020, Diana, but for 2022, for the midterms coming up, and then 2024. They knew they had to show up and be present for black voters. Hillary Clinton didn't do that in 2016. She didn't feel the need to stop there. And I think that black Americans felt some type of way about that, in particular Detroiters. So Detroiters want you to be present with them, to show that you care, and in turn, they will reward you in the the proof is in the pudding, and including, Diana, Flint. Flint, another majority black city. We know the crisis that Flint was having with the Flint water. They also, too, have turned out for Vice President Biden and Senator Kamala Harris.
All right, so Mike Muse is very excited about Michigan. I'm guessing Alex is less so, but Alex, obviously President Trump is not out of this just yet by any means. He seems particularly optimistic about Pennsylvania. Talk to us about what you're seeing there.
Well, Pennsylvania, Donald Trump now has really a very narrow path. He has got to win Arizona. He's got to hang on to Georgia. He's got to hang on to Pennsylvania and North Carolina. Arizona's still a bit of a stretch, but it's possible. But Pennsylvania, those votes are coming in. Biden is getting in about 8 out of every 10 of these last remaining 1.1 million votes, I think we still have to count in Pennsylvania. And the same thing is happening in Pennsylvania that unfortunately happened in Michigan, which is the Democrats did a pretty good job with their mail-in campaign. And you got to give them credit for that. Usually you don't want to deny your voters any opportunity to vote. And whether it's by mail or in person, you know, you want people to use every entrance to the stadium, not just one. And unfortunately, Donald Trump told his supporters, don't vote by mail. Guess what? We're now seeing the results of that. Democrats ran a good effort. They did the same in Pennsylvania. So we're going to see that state tighten. I'm not sure the Democrats can close the gap there, but they don't have to. All they have to do is hang on to Arizona or Pennsylvania or North Carolina or Georgia, one of them. Otherwise, if he gets 4 states, those 4 states, Trump is at 279.
So, Barbara, it's a narrowing path to victory for the president right now. He's not out, but it's looking less likely for him than it is for Joe Biden at this point. However, it did turn out to be a pretty good day for Republicans down the ballot. The Democrats are going to maintain control of the House, but Republicans appear to have won a few seats there. And despite Democrats' hopes of taking over the Senate, that does not look like it's going to happen. Talk to me a little bit about the down ballot races and what you think the picture that paints for the government going forward, regardless of who's president.
Well, it was much better turnout than we expected. First of all, hats off to Mitch McConnell in the Senate majority, and he will remain that. Mitch is just a great leader, takes care of his caucus, really has, make sure that his diverse caucus could, get home and, on election night and be able to win the majority, and they delivered. And when I saw my friend Susan Collins, get through today, she is so gracious, she is so lovely, she is so dogged and such a hard worker. I think it's so exciting that we're going to have a quality woman like that remain in Congress, as well as people like Joni Ernst, and certainly the Tom Tillis race looks good. And then secondly, we were going into the race from the numbers we had in the polling, we thought we were going to lose House races. And I work with 2 groups called View PAC, for a women's PAC group, and also Winning for Women. And we were concerned that these great quality women we had weren't going to get through because of the undertow of a lot of the challenges that the president had out there, particularly for some of the suburban women. So we were very excited that we were probably, by the time they get through all the counting of the votes, are going to have 28, 29 women in Congress, which is going to be an all-time high, which was our goal this year, was just to get 20. We didn't try and overshoot too much, but we ended up sort of having, it looks like maybe a 50% improvement. And these are really talented women too. Women like Maria Salazar, who won a seat that was a Democrat seat, won against Donna Shalala, obviously somebody very well known in the Clinton community. We also saw, Ann Wagner, who is our only suburban woman in the Midwest in Missouri. She hung on to her seat. She was targeted. They spent millions against her. So that was very exciting that we are going to have probably a gain of about 5 or 6 seats. And the DCCC chairwoman, Sherry Bustos, almost lost her seat. But she went bust in terms of, they were talking about having 10 or 20 gains on the Democrat side. So I think you're going to hear calls for leadership changes, certainly on the DCCC committee, maybe even Nancy Pelosi herself. You've already seen that. And then third, I'd like to raise the state legislatures, which the Republican State Leadership Council did a bang-up job of holding on to state legislatures in Florida, in Georgia, and North Carolina, where we also got an African-American lieutenant governor, the first ever in North Carolina. Also had good outcomes in Iowa and Texas, where I think $50 million have been spent to try and take over the state house in Texas. We maintained that. We flipped a house in New Hampshire. So it was a great night where we have this infrastructure and a farm team of great and diverse Republicans, and now more women in our caucus in the House. Over 200. So it was, down ballot was, much better than expected. And going forward, that's very promising.
All right. I didn't think we'd be able to match Mike's level of enthusiasm in talking about Michigan, but I think we may have found it in asking Barbara about the down ballot races. Mike, when you look at that dynamic, though, and the fact that Republicans did do well down the ballot, and the fact that even if President Trump loses this election, he did outperform the polls. What does that tell you about what the Democratic Party needs to do in order to unify people as Joe Biden is campaigning on?
It's a really great point. If former Vice President Biden becomes a president-elect and then he becomes president of inauguration during their peaceful transition of power, Vice President Biden will have a challenge within the Senate. He will have to do best within his administration to make sure they work effectively with Senator Mitch McConnell to actually pass that. Diana, I'm actually going to go out on a limb, and I'm actually going to say that I do believe that Senator Mitch McConnell will actually want to work with Vice President Biden if he is elected in order to get things done for the country. There's no way our democracy, and at the end of the day, what I will say about Mitch McConnell is that he does care about America. Even though he may see things differently from a lot of Democrats, I think at his core, he wants to do what he can to protect our democracy. And the fact that we've been so polarized, so divisive within these last 4 years, I don't think Senator Mitch McConnell will want that to be on his record, that he served as Senate Majority Leader and he did everything in his power to block any legislation going forward from Vice President Biden as a president-elect and then the president to do things to move America forward. There, Diana, is just simply too much at stake. We have COVID-19. We have over 230,000 deaths that have occurred, job losses at an all-time high. People are feeling frustrated, and people want hope. And so I think what he did with President Obama by saying in 2008 they're going to do their best to make him a one-term president, I think he's learned his lesson from that. And he'd want to make sure that we don't put politics in front of this, but we actually want to put Americans in front of this, because Americans have gone through a tough time in 2020, and we just can't go into 2021 knowing we're going to be gridlocked for the next 4 years. He doesn't want that on his record. So there's going to be both reach out from both sides of the aisle, but I think it's also, too, the onus is on Mitch McConnell, because he will be the lone Republican in control of that part of the legislative branch that could stop progress of the American people.
And Alex, in addition to the path to victory that does still exist for President Trump within the electoral votes, he's also threatened lawsuits. The campaign has already gotten involved in a few lawsuits over this election. At what point is this reasonable and called for, and at what point does the president need to accept the results of this election, particularly considering that the rest of the party did pretty well down the ballot?
Well, I think the president has to do that when it's proven that he lost a fair election. That's when, and not before. Look, imagine you're Donald Trump, and Democrats have been trying to delegitimize the vote you received 4 years ago up until the day you ran again. Democrats have tried to impeach this president, calling him a paid Russian agent and a traitor. They've called his voters racist. And why would you, put yourself in Trump's shoes, why would you think the Democrats are going to actually treat you fairly this election if they tried to delegitimize you the last one until the day you ran again? So I don't think the Democrats have the credibility here with Republicans, or the media has that credibility with Republicans to say you lost fair and square. We're going to need to see the votes. We're going to need to open up the process. We're going to need to let people look at this if these states are close, and if they're not, that's a different story. But this is the price I think the media pays for being so partisan and taking Joe Biden's side, and I think this is the price Democrats pay for trying to undermine a legitimately elected president for 4 years.
Barbara, you're a Republican Diane, who very much supports your party clearly, but does not support the president. What's your thought on all of this?
Well, I joined with a group called the, let me see, the name of it is the National Council for Election Integrity. And it's a bipartisan group with leaders like Dan Coates, former Senator Dan Coates, Madeleine Albright, and others who, are very concerned about, given that we are in a 50-50 nation, we wanted to make sure, we knew this was going to be close in any number of states. That's why so much money is being spent in these states. So we wanted to, if we had these type of situations, have a very serious and sober effort to make sure we count all the votes and that everybody supports that. So that's what our group is about, to make sure we count all the votes, whether it's in Arizona, where they still are counting the votes. And, the president's team thinks they might have a case there. Martha McSally thinks she might. So they're working on it. Everywhere else, we're slowly and soberly counting the votes, and we need to do that. But when you're talking about seriously and soberly doing something, bringing Rudy Giuliani and his roadshow like we had in the press conference today is not helpful for that. Corey Lewandowski coming in there and just lobbing accusations when at a time when we need to be bringing everyone together and doing this seriously. I remember back in the 2000 election, Alex Castellanos and I worked together, on those weeks and weeks when we were in Florida to get that recount done. And we had people like James Baker and Ted Olson doing the legal work. David Boies was on the other side with the Democrats. If they're going to be, doing this in any kind of legal way, they need to get serious people there and not bring kind of bringing the impeachment ban back together and just lobbing these accusations. That is not helpful. I understand the president has a lot of grievances and he's upset about things, but this is bigger than him. And that's why I think when we're talking about Mitch McConnell being serious about things and wanting to work together, I think you will see many of our senators kind of come together and say, let's do this seriously and soberly, count the votes, get through this process, and then we have to live with whatever, our 50-50 country designs. When you lose a vote, when you lose an election close, it's not fun. I won my first race by 422 votes, and it would have not been fun if it had been a 22 vote loss, but you've got to accept that. That's part of the process. So these endless legal challenges are not going to be constructive to bringing the country back together. So I hope that the team Trump will take a step back. Professionals do that. People are involved and engaged on the state level. Each state has some different rules. We can go through that process and let all the votes be counted.
All right, Barbara Comstock, Mike Muse, and Alex Castellanos, we appreciate your time as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go Blue.
Good to be with you.
And do stay with us as we continue our election coverage. 2020 election still not called, but we are monitoring those results for you, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to our special coverage of the 2020 election. We're taking a live look at the Capitol now. We still do not know who the next president will be, but here's a look at where we stand right now. Again, Joe Biden and President Trump each have to win 270 electoral votes in order to secure the presidency. Currently, we are looking at Joe Biden with 253. President Trump has 214, but you can see still a few key battleground states up for grabs, and those can make all of the difference. We are keeping a close eye on those. And if you take a look, one of those states is Arizona. Right now, a tight race there between Joe Biden and President Trump. You can see the breakdown there right now. Joe Biden at 51%, Donald Trump at President Trump at 48%, but only 86% of the vote in right now. So still up for grabs there. Arizona's Secretary of State Katie Hobbs joins us now from Phoenix to help us dig down a little bit further. Secretary Hobbs, first of all, thanks for being here. I know it's a really busy day, so we appreciate your time. Tell us a little bit about what your state is doing to ensure that every ballot is counted and that everything is being done according to law.
Well, we are absolutely focused right now on making sure that every single ballot is counted. There are around 600,000 votes still to be counted in Arizona. We have folks at the tabulation centers in every county working on that right now. And in terms of security, there are party observers allowed in to watch that process. Additionally, all of the tabulation centers have cameras, and so anyone can go to the county elections website in any county and watch that process as it happens while it's happening. So a lot of security there. We are really focused right now on getting these votes counted, and hopefully we'll know more tonight where we stand. Maricopa County is obviously the largest county in Arizona, 2/3 of the voting population, and there'll be 400,000 of those outstanding ballots are in Maricopa, and they'll be releasing a lot more totals this evening.
Now, per the Maricopa County Recorder, there are over 400,000 ballots to be counted, over 160,000 absentee ballots dropped off at the polls yesterday. Any expectations on how this will impact the overall vote, and how challenging has it been to deal with this level of mail-in ballots?
I'm sorry, you're cutting out a little bit. But I think that, in 2018, we had 4 races that were Republicans were ahead on election night. And when we started counting these early ballots after Election Day, those 4 races swung to the Democratic candidate, my race included. Certainly there is a lot of scrutiny on Arizona, and we are focused on getting this right. As I mentioned, people can watch this process on the cameras, and we are working diligently to get it done.
And Secretary Hobbs, any thoughts on when we could see those results come in?
Well, Maricopa County has not let us, they have let us know that they are releasing more vote totals at 7 p.m. Arizona time and 9:30 p.m. Arizona time this evening, but they haven't said how many they anticipate being in those batches. When we see that number, then that'll give us a good sense of kind of how long it will take for them to get through the rest of the ballots.
All right, Arizona Secretary of State Katie Hobbs, we appreciate your time tonight. Thank you. And ABC News Deputy Political Director Mary Alice Parks joins us now for more on this. Mary Alice, what are you seeing as the votes are counted in places like Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania?
Well, different stories in each of those states. Arizona has a long history of early voting. The other states that you mentioned, they're pretty new. They had to go through some pretty dramatic changes to ramp up their early and mail-in voting operations. But as you just heard, Arizona's been, and Arizonans have been used to this. And that can mean a few things. One, it can mean that early vote might not have such a blue hue. There is a lot of Republicans in Arizona that also vote early and also vote by mail. mail. But traditionally, we do see across the board more Democrats comfortable with the idea of voting by mail. That's why so many of these late-breaking ballots that are counted at the end that were mailed in tend to favor Democrats. But Arizona, just an interesting story where we have the majority of the outstanding ballots still from Maricopa County. It's the largest county in Arizona. It's sort of the county that takes it all. Right now in our count, Biden's up about 52% across the board in Maricopa County. Pretty good margin for him. Not incredible, kind of matches the statewide numbers there. But so knowing that the outstanding vote is also from Maricopa County, it could be pretty good for him as they wrap up their work there in Arizona.
And Mary Alice, we've gotten some conflicting information from Georgia as to how many ballots were still outstanding. What's the latest there?
Yeah, what we know is that there's definitely outstanding ballots in some of the really racially diverse, Democratic-leaning cities. And I think that that's probably where we will see the most interesting updates in the Georgia vote. That's where we could see the largest swings, if there are swings still to be had when all is said and done there in Georgia. But, part of this is because I think that all these states had to kind of take stock of exactly what was left to be counted. They have to get the information from all the different counties. Sometimes there's discrepancy. And so you're right, over the course of today, we were getting individual updates from some of those individual counties about just how many more ballots they had. I will say that over the course of the day, the margins have narrowed there. Joe Biden has kept it pretty interesting, and we're going to see if the margins continue to narrow or not.
All right, Mary Alice Parks, our Deputy Political Director. We appreciate it, Mary Alice. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
And of course, we continue to watch the count come in and continue to listen for different states as they tell us they will be sending us updates throughout the night. Right now, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll check in on what the Trump campaign is saying. Stay with us. Welcome back to our special coverage of the 2020 election. Currently taking a look at the count, we have former Vice President Joe Biden with 253 electoral votes, President Trump with 214. Again, they will need 270 to win the election, so it is still up for grabs. ABC's Kira Phillips has been keeping track of the count for us. And Kira, what are we hearing now from the president's team?
I think this is probably the first time, Diane, I'm ever going to say this, but we are hearing silence. Actually, what we're hearing is a call from the White House that there's been a lid. And what does that mean? As someone who covers the White House, you hear that across the intercom where we all sit there in the press area of the White House. And that means we're not going to hear anything more from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And that lid was just called. And Diane, I know you probably see it in your email. There are pool notes, and that's various reporters that are a part of, the president's entourage traveling and covering his every move. We're not always a part of that, but there's always a pool that's sort of in touch to everything. And the pooler, when that lid was called, put out this email, Diane. As we await further news and results, your pooler would humbly suggest following the village people's sage advice that we've all heard so much this year. So you can get yourself clean, you can have a good meal, you can do whatever you feel. So I love how everybody at the end of the day today is already a little punch happy and tired and trying to add a little humor to the pool notes as we continue everything that has been going on. As you know, Diane, the president, I mentioned last hour, huddled with his advisors there at the White House, planning his battle to win re-election, already filing a lawsuit in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and now asking for a recount in Wisconsin.
Injecting a little humor into a very tense story, maybe induced by a little sleep deprivation and insanity as a result of that. But Kira, we'll take their laughs where we can find them, right? We're
Exactly.
also, I know we're waiting for this presser on the vote in Pennsylvania. What's the latest there?
Okay, so more than likely, this is going to be, of course, about the ongoing lawsuit and other lawsuits that have been brought forward. But it was within the last hour that we talked about this news conference that was held with Eric Trump, the president's son. Eric Trump's wife was by his side. Also, Pam Bondi, the former attorney general for Florida, who's an advisor to Trump. She's a lawyer. Corey Lewandowski, who's an advisor to Trump on the 2020 campaign. And then one of the most colorful characters within the president's circle, his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, stepping up to the mic there. And basically what he was actually, you know what? Can we listen to this? Can we re-rack this, Kate, and play this? We can't do it. All right, I got a big fat no, but I can tell you generally what he said. And he was talking about how they believe there has been fraud, voter fraud, committed in Pennsylvania. And Pam Bondi coming forward to the mic after Rudy Giuliani saying that they have video proving that Trump poll watchers were being intimidated and kept away from the polls. That's Pam Bondi that you see right there. So, and even Trump family members and aides and presidents to the allies, they started tweeting that the president has declared victory in Pennsylvania, that they all declare victory in Pennsylvania for President Trump. But let me be clear, and I'll tell you this, and you know this, that state has not been declared victory for Trump just yet. So I'm assuming this live press conference that we are waiting for, that you are going to take live out of Pennsylvania, will respond to all these allegations that Giuliani and the team there are making about voter fraud and the count and the fact that they are declaring victory in that state when it has not been declared so far.
All right, we were going to look out for that presser. Kira Phillips in D.C., thanks for the update as always, and thanks for the laugh, Kira. We needed that.
You bet.
And right now we're going to take a quick break, but stay with us. We have more of ABC News Live's continuing coverage of the 2020 presidential election after this. Welcome back to our special coverage of the 2020 presidential election. Again, ballots are still being counted as we near the 24-hour mark after the first polls closed. We still have no winner projected yet, but Joe Biden appears to have a clearer path if he can hold his lead in some key states there. Right now, Joe Biden looking at 253 electoral votes. President Trump has 214. But again, when you look at those gray states, those states are still up for grabs, which means the president could still make up that gap if that path comes through clearly. Now, one of those paths might be through Georgia if he can make up some ground there. Elwin Lopez is in Atlanta with more. Elwin, at last check, it looked like the president was in the lead there in Georgia. What's the latest?
Yeah, so he's still in the lead, but that has narrowed even since the last time we spoke, Diane. Now he's leading by 68,300 votes. That is 10,000 less than what we were reporting in just the last hour. So again, they're still counting all these ballots. The Secretary of State says that they will count every single one. Every legal vote matters, and he is reiterating that nonstop here in the state, in the Peach State. Now, we were having issues here in Fulton County at State Farm where they were counting ballots yesterday. There was a pipe that burst. It caused a 3 to 4 hour delay. The good news there is that no ballots were damaged. But of course, they want to continue voting and continue to get this process done. They do expect to have results here in Georgia by the end of the night, but we've been waiting here. Earlier in the day, the Secretary of State said that it would be by midday. He was hoping by midday or by later this afternoon. And we're here still waiting for those results to come in. Again, just to remind our viewers, Fulton County is a Democratic stronghold, so they are expecting the votes here to favor Biden, if you will. 200,000 ballots have yet to be counted. So again, that's a good amount of ballots that have yet to be counted in this state. And of course, Biden is hoping that those will favor him, Diane.
All right, Elwin Lopez there in Atlanta. We appreciate it. Thank you. And let's bring in ABC News Deputy Political Director Mary Alice Parks. Now, Mary Alice, you know, a little bit earlier in the evening, it looked like Biden's chances of winning Georgia were unlikely, to say the least. Has that picture changed at all?
Well, the margin has definitely tightened over the course of the day. And part of what's interesting here is where exactly in the state the outstanding vote is. You heard the conversation there about Fulton County, a large county with a lot of Democratic vote. That's where we're seeing somewhere north of 60,000 ballots still yet to be counted. That could be really good for Joe Biden. DeKalb County, too. You know, it's a really black county. We've seen Democrats there with some large margins in the past. And again, we're seeing probably around 40,000 absentee ballots remaining to be counted, or, you know, they're still working their way through. Remember, we're getting updates from all these individual counties. So it's a slow process. It's a messy process. The counties are sometimes readjusting when they learn more about exactly how many ballots they have to go through. And then there's two other counties that are kind of the Atlanta suburbs. You know, going into this election, Democrats had really hoped to expand their leads in those suburbs. And right now, Joe Biden has been improving upon the margins that Hillary Clinton had in those areas. And again, we still have some absentee ballots from those sort of suburban counties outside of Atlanta still to be counted. So the story here, the president is still very much on top. It is Georgia, a southern state after all, but interesting to watch the margins narrow and if election officials still just doing their jobs and counting those votes.
All right. Deputy Political Director Mary Alice Parks. Thanks, Mary Alice.
Yeah, thanks.
And ABC's Adrian Bankert is in Michigan, which ABC News has projected will be a win for Joe Biden. Adrian, this was a nail-biter all day. What's the latest from Michigan?
Well, Diane, here's the thing. When you hear this story, what President Trump said in his statements overnight, then that Biden is the projected winner of Michigan. But yet the count has been so tight, and there's been so many different undulations of who was in the lead, who was a front runner. You've got all these people outside, claims that they were being blocked from going inside and being election challengers, ballot counters, and poll watchers. And what is the difference between all of these different terms? Having gone here and talked to several of these people, I think I have a lot more clarity. I still need to read in on some of this information. In fact, one of them handed me the appointment rights and duties of election challengers and poll watchers. But essentially, it's this. There is a duty that volunteers can come down here. They can count ballots. They can monitor the count to make sure that it's being done correctly. And they can challenge the election results. But some of the folks who are here have been waiting for about 3 hours to go inside. At some point, they were not allowed inside the building. We talked to a couple of women who are actually attorneys with the ACLU. They're going to try to get in to relieve the shifts of other attorneys who are there to monitor the counting process. They don't know why they're not being allowed inside. I talked to another couple of people, and they're simply volunteers. They found out about it, the need for them to be inside and help to count ballots. There's a group here that's a nonpartisan group here based in Michigan, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that says that they are here because when you think about the mass amount of absentee ballots here in Michigan and across the country, record numbers of mail-in ballots, but how can you count all of those with the same number of people you would actually employ or have as volunteers during a typical election? This is not your typical election. This is the most exceptional election in history. And so their conversation or their argument is that, listen, we need more people to come in and do the kinds of jobs and the duties that are required to have a safe election where every vote is counted. There are also peaceful demonstrators. There are people here chanting. There are people here praying. There are people here holding signs that say every vote counts. But there is a lot to this story, and it is a little bit complicated. But when you get to the heart of the matter, all the people here want to make sure that every vote is counted and every count is legitimate. Diane?
So, Adrian, just to be clear, the people who are there at the voting center, it doesn't seem to you like there's anything nefarious at play. They are coming because they want to help and they want to make sure everything is being done according to law. Did I understand that part right?
You are 100% right. This is one of the most peaceful organizations or demonstrations outside of this building. A lot of people have said they've made friends here, but everyone's saying, listen, we just want to do what's right. We just want every vote to be counted. We want this to be a clean election. However, a couple of people who didn't know each other here said to me that there was some word that thousands of ballots were delivered here overnight, like at 3 and 4 in the morning. I do not know the validity of that report, but people are saying that's what they saw and that's what they heard. They talked to someone who was inside. They've talked to people who were inside and then not allowed to go back in once they left to use the bathroom. I mean, you're just hearing these stories of things where it's like, what's going on? So there are questions that we need to continue to look into. And again, I've only been here on the ground in Michigan for a couple of hours, but as soon as I arrived, I was able to talk to these folks. Everyone just wants the right thing to be done.
Yeah, and you never know in the game of telephone when information is being relayed that way, what is true and what is being exaggerated or misunderstood. So, Adrian, we're glad you're there. We're glad you're on the ground now. We're going to let you go because we know you have a lot of work to do to try to figure out what's going on. But we appreciate you sharing with us what you've found out so far. It's all really interesting.
It's fascinating. Diana, I have to just say one more thing, that a lot of the folks out here, this is a volunteer duty. They've been out here for hours. And I said, are you going to leave? And they say, no, we can't leave, with the hopes that maybe we'll be able to go inside. They need us. They need more people in here counting these ballots.
All right, people trying to do their civic duty. Adrian Bankert, we appreciate you doing your duty today, friend. Thank you. And so we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, but we have more ABC News Live continuing coverage of the 2020 presidential election after this.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2020 presidential election. We're going to go straight to ABC's White House correspondent Rachel Scott, who's now in Wilmington, Delaware, right near Biden headquarters. Rachel, we heard from Kira a little while ago of what she was hearing from the Trump campaign. What are you hearing from the Bidens tonight?
Well, we saw Joe Biden and Senator Kamala Harris side by side today, and they are projecting confidence. They say that they believe that when all of the count is done, they will be victorious, that Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States. Joe Biden made clear that he is not declaring victory, but he said he is very confident with how these early results are coming in. And obviously, that serves as a very stark contrast to what we are seeing from the president. And I don't think that really surprises anyone. I mean, these are two drastically different candidates. They have campaigned in different ways. They have two different visions for America. And at this point, the president is huddling with his advisors inside of the White House, and he is gearing up for a big fight. I mean, listen, he already is pushing for a recount in Wisconsin. The votes are still being counted. He's asking for a lawsuit in Michigan, another in Pennsylvania. We saw him speak last night at the White House after 2 a.m. in the morning. He is a president that declared just months ago that the only way that he will lose this election is if it is rigged. And so the president is gearing up for a fight, a legal battle. He wants a lot of
Looks like we lost
a few moments ago.
Rachel Scott. Rachel, do we have you?
Hey, can you still hear me?
Okay, you dropped off for a second, but you were saying that the president is preparing for a legal battle.
Yeah, the president is preparing for a legal battle. And I was listening to you talk to Adrian Bankert, who is in Michigan. I was there just this past weekend, and I was really struck by just how different these two candidates are. I spent some time at Biden's drive-in rally there in Detroit, talking to his supporters who were so concerned about the loss of life from the coronavirus. But almost everyone that I talked to there said this election is about President Trump. They felt like this election was about getting President Trump out of office. It is something that I heard a lot from voters during the Democratic primary. They saw Joe Biden as the most electable candidate, and they're hoping that he goes to the White House, Diane.
You know, it seemed like in that statement that he made around 4 o'clock or so Eastern time, that Biden seemed to pick his words very carefully, as if he was kind of threading the needle. He said he's not declaring victory, but then said when the votes are counted, we think they will show that we won. And then he also went on to say that he is leading in the popular vote, and that if this election continues to expand the way they expect it to, that they're on track to win more votes than any ticket in history. So it seems like on the one hand, he's saying, you know, we're not counting our chickens yet, but on the other hand, we're feeling really good right now and like we made history tonight.
Exactly. And I think what they're trying to do is balance their message with the president of the United States, who is coming out and falsely declaring early victory, saying that he has already won this election when it has not been projected yet, when all of the votes are still being counted across the country. And so they have put out a message that they want every single vote counted. And so it's clear that they are feeling good. They are optimistic. But listen, this is not over just yet. We still have to hear from several states that are waiting to come in that could be game changers. But what we do know right now is that the path for President Trump back to the White House is much harder than it is for Joe Biden at this point. But again, if we have learned anything from 2020, it is to expect the unexpected. So we will all be waiting to see what happens, Diane.
That is for sure. But, you know, those legal challenges from the president at this point are not unexpected. Some of them have already started. He's promised, even overnight, he promised to take this all the way to the Supreme Court. So what is Team Biden doing to prepare for that? We heard Joe Biden say earlier, every vote must be counted. No one is going to take our democracy. But what specifically do you know what the campaign's doing in order to prepare for what might be a huge legal fight?
Yeah, well, you know, I think in a lot of ways the Biden campaign was bracing for something like this. There was reporting out just days ahead of the election that President Trump may declare an early victory. The president came out himself and said that he wasn't going to do that. We know that the Biden campaign has their legal advisors on hand here, but they also believe that the results are going to stand for themselves. And that's why they're driving home this message of making sure that every single vote is counted, because they believe that once all the results are in, once every vote is counted, if Joe Biden is ahead, that sends a very clear message to the American people that's going to be pretty hard for the president to compete with, regardless of whether or not he agrees with the results or whether or not he wants to win the election. The fact of the matter is the American people have to say at the end of the day here, and we're going to know pretty soon, hopefully, who the next president of the United States is going to be.
All right, Rachel Scott, our White House correspondent who has been working tirelessly. Rachel, we appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. I know you must be exhausted. No, I think we lost Rachel. Maybe she fell asleep right there on the phone with us. Let's check in now with ABC's Kira Phillips, who's in Washington, also working around the clock today. You made me laugh before. I made you laugh now, Kira. Take that.
Yes, you did. And you know what? That's probably exactly what happened. She hung up the phone and she went, time to take a quick nap before Diane calls me again.
Hopefully the viewers are getting a smile out of this, too, and it's not just us that are going delirious. But, Kira, if you can, just take us through the latest update. What are you looking at in terms of the numbers, and what are you hearing from Washington?
Sure. I mean, and this is what we've been talking about all afternoon, is that President Trump does not like to lose. He's never liked to lose. And what does he usually do when he thinks he's losing in one way, shape, or form? He files a lawsuit. And he has done that even throughout his presidency. He's filed various lawsuits. He likes a good battle, that is for sure. So what we are seeing now is that even though at 2:22 in the morning, this morning, my gosh, I'm losing track of the days now, he declared victory, he also made it very clear a few days ago he was bringing along his lawyers. So we all sort of expected that he was going to do this, that no matter what, he was going to file lawsuits because he wants to win, and he is determined to talk about all types of different fraud within this election process, none of which has been proven, by the way. Even his campaign, members of his campaign were on a press call this morning talking about these allegations, but still had absolutely no evidence of any type of fraud. So like Rachel mentioned, we are seeing lawsuits in Pennsylvania now, a lawsuit filed in Michigan, and then also he is asking for a recount in Wisconsin. Now, with regard to a response, here's something else I thought was interesting, Diane, is that Trump loves to go before the cameras and talk, and I am actually quite shocked that we did not see him at all today. It was his son, Eric Trump, along with Rudy Giuliani, his personal attorney, and his 2020 campaign advisor, Corey Lewandowski, along with Pam Bondi, the former Florida AG, who is also a lawyer and an advisor to Trump. They held a press conference talking about various allegations within the Pennsylvania lawsuit when they were there on the ground in Philly. Well, Trump did decide, though, while this press conference happened today, of course, Trump did tweet, and it was with regard to what you see Pam Bondi here and Rudy Giuliani talking about. Donald Trump tweeting, "We have claimed for electoral vote purposes the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which won't allow legal observers, and the state of Georgia and the state of North Carolina, each of one which has a big Trump lead." And we are going to go, Diane, I understand, to the presser out of Pennsylvania responding to exactly what we're talking about. So the timing is perfect, Diane.
Very good timing. There's the governor of Pennsylvania. Let's listen in.
And count ballots. Their work is not easy, and I just want to say thank you to everybody in all 67 counties who have been working so hard and so diligently. I know this is something that we do every election, and it's part of the election process, but they have really worked hard in this one, and the eyes of the world are on Pennsylvania, so that's especially important. But this election is a reminder that the most important thing we all do is protect our democracy, and that is to protect our democracy is to make sure that we have an accurate and full count of our vote. And that's exactly what Pennsylvania is doing right now. It's not surprising, as I've said before, that this election, the returns are taking a little longer than we're used to. But that's actually a good sign. Part of the reason for that is because so many more people have voted. And it does mean that votes in Pennsylvania are actually being counted. We're taking the time to make sure that in this new system that went into place the end of last year, that all the votes are being counted. Again, The vote is central to our democracy. It's how we all choose the people to be our public servants. This is the hiring process, the election. We have to have fair elections, and those elections have to be free of external influences. We need to have confidence that people are choosing their leaders and that the leaders are not choosing the people who vote for them. We need to make sure that the voters are choosing the leaders, not the other way around. Elections are the bedrock of our democracy, and our Commonwealth and our country thrive when people freely exercise this franchise. And that's why it's essential that every eligible vote is counted in this election and in every election. We've seen efforts across the country to undermine this election and to block the counting of votes. This afternoon, the Trump campaign filed a lawsuit to stop the counting of ballots in Pennsylvania. That is simply wrong. It goes against the most basic principles of our democracy. It takes away the right of every American citizen to cast their vote and to choose our leaders. Our election officials at the state and local levels should be free to do their jobs without fear, without intimidation, without attacks. These attempts to subvert the democratic process are simply disgraceful. We're going to fight every single attempt to disenfranchise voters. We will continue to administer free and fair elections in Pennsylvania. Let me be clear, in Pennsylvania, every vote is going to count. I'm going to fight like hell to protect the vote of every Pennsylvanian. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that every vote counts, because in Pennsylvania, every voice matters, every vote matters. Thank you. And now I'm going to turn it over to Secretary of State, who's done a phenomenal job of making this election, I think, as smooth as any election I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot of elections in Pennsylvania. Secretary of State Kathy Boockvar.
Hi, everybody. We've got to stop meeting like this. Please soon. So thank you all for coming. It was another really good day in Pennsylvania. Our amazing county election directors and personnel across the Commonwealth once again just put in incredible hours and time and energy and patience and attention to detail to make sure that they could proceed with counting hundreds and hundreds of thousands of ballots. They've made excellent progress. They're still working. Department of State are still working, all back at our operations center. I'm going to be going back there after this, and we will be continuing to work into the night, all of us, to support the counties to get this done. So I expect, hundreds of thousands more probably to be counted still tonight. So you could keep watch on the Election Night Returns website. At this point, I think we're actually probably a little bit ahead of where I thought we would be, which is great. So stay tuned. But still thinking, we're talking about a matter of days before the overwhelming majority of ballots are counted. I was thinking the other day, just a couple of days ago, was the 100th anniversary. We celebrated the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment this year. And so just a couple of days ago, November 2nd, was the 100th anniversary of the first election that those suffragists got to vote in, and I think when Governor Wolf was talking about how much we cherish and will fight for every voter's right to vote, I think about the suffragists, and it's really been an inspiration all year long to be in this position and to be working to make sure that every single voter of all backgrounds. And I should say, we had 100 years ago was the 19th Amendment, and then of course there were decades longer that voters of color were still denied the right to vote. And it took, civil rights activists, the, incredible struggles and tragedies and triumphs that led to President Johnson signing the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And I take all of this with me every day in this job to make sure that we we ensure that every single qualified and eligible voter has the opportunity to vote. And I'm so thankful to work for Governor Wolf, who is incredibly dedicated to that mission as well. So we will continue to fight for every Pennsylvanian for their vote to be counted. And thank you all for being here, and we're happy to take questions.
With the lawsuits that you just described, Governor Wolf, I mean, is it likely that this count will be shut down anytime soon? Is that possible?
I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what's possible, but I think if you're talking about the Trump lawsuit, the one that Rudy Giuliani talked about, I think they were concerned about the lack of openness and transparency. Well, the Philadelphia that they're talking about has been streaming the processing of ballots, I think, right from the start, from the pre-canvassing period. I mean, I think it's being live streamed on their website. So I guess you can get it, anybody can get it anywhere in the world. So I'm not sure how it equals a lack of transparency. It seems to me it's never been more transparent than it is right now. I don't know, Kathy, you are a lawyer. You want to say something?
I mean, we can't comment on active litigation, but I can tell you that we will oppose every effort to at any point shut down the vote. We get to decide when the last vote is counted.
Then, clearly, it sounds like you're clearly saying, like, you're not expecting this to result in any kind of order where you would have to stop counting.
Again, I can't comment on what any court is going to do, but no, we don't have any anticipation that the vote count is going to stop. I think we'll continue until the last ballot is counted and every vote is going to have the opportunity to cast their vote.
If I could, they're also trying to stop counting of certain ballots. Like including the ones that came in after yesterday, and then those ones that wound up being provisional because people were notified. My question is, do you have any estimate on how many ballots are at stake in those categories that you're trying to stop?
So no, I mean, I think that I'm not sure if you were here earlier. I think it was this morning that I was asked, and we really won't know the full scope of the universe of ballots until the canvass is finished. But I can tell you, I mean, for the late arriving ballots, I think it's actually, it seems to be so far a much lower number of late arriving ballots than what we saw in the primary. So, but again, it's anecdotal. I've only heard from a couple of counties, but large counties from opposite ends of the state, it was both a very modest number of ballots. So that's good news. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Hundreds. Yeah. So it was great. I mean, obviously, I would rather nobody have, rather nobody fall into the category. And obviously, we're going to count every one of those ballots, as I've talked before. But it seems to be a very modest number. So.
Your also ability to, I know to some extent, you can judge how many are still out there.
Are you talking about for the ballots arriving after November 3rd? Or are you talking about other things?
I'm talking mainly about the ones that coming in after November 3rd.
So, I mean, we'll track them day by day because the law as it stands applies to ballots, that are cast by Election Day and received by 5 p.m. on November 6th. So it's a limited period of time that we'll be tracking, and we'll have those numbers as we go. Yes. Sorry, Governor, if you want to.
Hi. For both of you, I would just like to know if you have specific responses to the president's sort of general accusations that election officials here and in other states are specifically finding ballots for Vice President Joe Biden or any other candidate. Are you seeing any evidence of that?
No. Again, I've been around for a lot of elections. In Pennsylvania, we have free, open elections, and the 67 counties, which is where these elections are administered, all across the state have been very open, very fair in the past, and so far, everything I've seen leads me to believe this election is no different.
So I want to take this opportunity to explain how how mail-in and absentee ballots work in Pennsylvania, so that you can understand and everybody can understand that you couldn't find a box of ballots somewhere. So the way it works in Pennsylvania, we don't just send ballots to voters. You have to apply for it. So there's a record where you've submitted an application, you've put in either your Social Security last four or your driver's license number, you've been checked against the PennDOT database or the Social Security database before you even, and against your voter record to make sure that you're actually registered and qualified voter in the county. You've put in your address, right, where you want the ballot mailed before you ever even get a ballot. So then when you submit your ballot, you've sent it back, you've signed the outer declaration on the outer envelope, and when the county gets your ballot, they're looking at your name on that declaration, and they're again checking to make sure that you actually applied for that ballot and were approved. So that's all public record. There are lists of the voters who fall into these categories, and it's why we're able to track the numbers of how many were applied for, how many were cast. They're all only by eligible voters. So if you found a box of ballots in a room, they would have to match up with a list of people who actually were qualified voters who got approved. So it literally could not happen in Pennsylvania. You could not find ballots. They are all accounted for, and there are party representatives, candidate representatives permitted for every single candidate and every party to be in the room, as Governor Wolf was talking about. It has never been so transparent, ever. You've got counties live streaming, you've got party and candidate representatives watching every step of that process. It's just not happening. There's no evidence of anything like what was alleged. Questions?
With the eyes of the country obviously watching Pennsylvania, you're both speaking very positively about the process so far. Is it fair to say you both expect, legally and otherwise, Pennsylvania's election system will hold up under scrutiny?
Yes. Yes.
Regarding the lawsuit, what is the timeline, the next steps that it would go through? And as counties have been separating the ballots that arrived late in case they're not to be counted, will they be counted in the totals while we wait for a decision from this lawsuit?
So every ballot is going to be counted, and yes, they're all going to be segregated. So every one of those ballots will be counted by the counties, but they will keep those results segregated and the ballot segregated. I can't really speak yet for the time frame. We haven't been assigned a scheduling order, but once we do, we could provide that information.
Could I ask, would it go straight to the Supreme Court?
I probably. Yeah, if you're talking about the litigation where the Trump campaign is looking to intervene in the case that was already before the Supreme Court, yes. Okay. Yes.
Something we've been talking about for months. We knew it was going to come down really to us in Pennsylvania. It's not a surprise to us, but this is kind of a loaded question. The whole nation that maybe is not understanding as much what we've known forever. Is there anything that you would really want to address to them? Because everybody's looking at us like, what's happening with Pennsylvania? Can you just give a kind of a brief explanation for why it is coming down to us?
It's not because we're the center of the universe. I don't know, Governor, you want to take this one?
No, thank you for asking the question. Pennsylvania is a big state. We have 20 electoral votes, and Pennsylvania has always been an important state for elections, and it became especially important in the 2016 election when the Republican candidate actually won the 20 electoral votes. So people have recognized right from the start that this is going to be a state that is really important for whoever ultimately wins the election, that they ought to really try everything to win Pennsylvania. In my mind, it's always been a very important state. We are the keystone state, but in this election, it has loomed very large indeed in both campaigns.
I just think that some people might not understand why the process, like how come Michigan and Wisconsin, that they were able to get it done faster and they're also key. Is there anything particular that you want to kind of let the average person know that might not know what we have known all along?
Yeah, well, there are a couple of things, and I'm not sure, maybe Kathy can talk a little bit about this in Wisconsin and Michigan, but in Pennsylvania, you can't start counting ballots until the polls close at 8 p.m. Some places you can actually start to count early. In Pennsylvania, you can't even start to pre-canvass. That means you can't prepare mail-in ballots by opening the envelopes, smoothing them out if there are wrinkles in them to to prepare them to be scanned at 8 p.m. You can't even start that process until 7 a.m. on election day. Other states have days before the election. As soon as the ballots come in, you can get them ready to be put into the scanner at whatever time you want to do that. So Pennsylvania has always had a late start on the counting process, and that has just been accelerated with more ballots coming in by mail. So I think that's the reason this is taking more time. And frankly, very pleased with the 3 million ballots applied for by mail. We have a record registration. Over 9 million people registered to vote in Pennsylvania. That's the first time it's ever gone over 9 million. And so there's a whole confluence of things, a lot of people voting, a new election law in place that went into place in was passed in 2019. June 2nd was the very first election where we had the primary. We have these unusual rules in Pennsylvania that we can't start to count until the polls close. So all those things have conspired to make the results come in a little later a couple days later than we normally get them. But again, keep in mind, this is not unusual in some cases. Military ballots have, I think in the election code, a week to come in. So they've always been counted late. It's just there haven't been as many absentee ballots coming in as there are right now in Pennsylvania. So I think, did I cover everything?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Secretary Bookhart, this question is for you. Could you elaborate a bit on the difference between the voting systems? We've had a number of people contact us that are worried about their votes and whether they'll be counted, because the fact that, one polling place is saying to use black pins versus black markers. Could you elaborate on that?
Sure. So in Pennsylvania, when we mandated at the Department of State that every one of the 67 counties upgrade their voting systems to new voter verifiable paper trail secure systems, we knew that we have a great Commonwealth. And in Pennsylvania, the counties have the authority to select among certified voting systems that the Department of State certifies. They actually have to be certified by both state and federal government. So we created new security standards and new accessibility standards, and we ended up certifying 5 different manufacturers, and really it ended up being probably between 20 and 25 different types of systems and configurations. And every one of them meets our security standards, our accessibility standards, and every component of the Pennsylvania statutes that they require for voting systems in Pennsylvania. So though they all look a little different and feel a little different, they all meet the highest standards of security and accessibility, and they all have a voter verifiable paper trail. So, and of course, every precinct in Pennsylvania is also mandated under federal law to provide an ADA accessible ballot marking device. Some counties allow all voters to use it, some try to limit it to voters with disabilities. Either way, those are all within the context of the law, and again, meet the highest standards of security and accessibility. So every voter, no matter how you vote, where you vote, you can have tremendous confidence that your vote is secure and your ballots will be counted accurately.
If you break that down a little bit more here, like for instance, the Dominion system recommends that you use a black marker versus a black pin. There are voters who have reached out to us who said, oh, well, I was told that if you use a black marker for this system, it'll be thrown out.
No. So the type of pen is really about the ability for the scanner to read the ballot. So let's say you mark your circles, I don't know, with a red pen, which you're really, most systems work with black or blue. The Dominion system, like Montgomery County, tends to, say that black is better. It just is read better by the scanner. But if it's not read by the scanner, it will be read by a person. So no ballot is rejected or not counted because of the wrong, as long as you've filled in the circles, you haven't, done things that would violate your vote, like, I don't know, putting X's through things and arrows and things that wouldn't constitute a vote. It doesn't matter. Your vote will be counted as long as they could determine the voter's intent. Sure. Thank you all.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, that was the latest presser out of Pennsylvania. We heard from the governor there, as well as the Secretary of State of Pennsylvania there, assuring the voters, the country, the candidates that everything in Pennsylvania is currently going according to law. No reason to suspect otherwise, and that they will continue until every vote is counted. Officials there were asked whether they think that lawsuits brought by the Trump campaign could stop the voting from happening. They anticipate no. But let's check in with Kira Phillips again. Kira, what's your reaction to what you heard just now?
I'll tell you what stood out to me was Governor Tom Wolf saying he is going to fight like hell. And it's interesting. I mean, that's exactly what we heard from Rudy Giuliani, the president's personal attorney, right there in Pennsylvania just about an hour and a half ago, saying that they're going to do everything to make sure that all fraud is exposed, yet they have no evidence that any fraud took place in the election process. And so you were basically getting a response to what the Trump campaign is doing, and that is suing the state of Pennsylvania. And you heard Governor Tom Wolf say, he said the Trump campaign filed a lawsuit today to stop counting ballots. The governor saying that is wrong. Plain and simple. That is wrong. We will not shut down the vote and stop counting. We must be free to do our jobs without fear or attacks. I'm going to fight every attempt to disenfranchise voters. Every vote will count. He actually, I mean, he's referring to the Trump campaign, Diane, in that lawsuit, saying he will fight the Trump campaign with every attempt to disenfranchise voters, and that he's going to fight like hell to make sure every vote counts. And they say they'll keep going days. They will keep counting for days until every vote is counted. And just as they wrapped up that news conference, Diane, they were saying they were going back to the counting. So we shall continue. We'll follow it.
We will indeed. All right, we're going to take a quick break now. Kira, thank you as always, and stay tuned for the latest from Nevada and more ABC News Live coverage of the 2020 presidential election. Lindsay Davis will keep things going with live coverage from the top battleground states across the country. Stay with us.
Hi, everyone. We have a couple more minutes to go, so we'll just hang on for a couple minutes.
everyone. I'm really happy to be here today to give an update about how our elections have been proceeding for Washoe County going into the day after election day. We are processing ballots. We did receive around 9,000 ballots that came in during election day through our drop-off locations and our election day polling locations. So we are in the process right now of doing our verifications, getting those ballots processed and getting those tallied into our system. Of course, we will be giving updates every morning from today or from tomorrow and up through the canvass of the votes on November 16th. Daily updates about any tally results that we have that can be included in those updates. We'll be releasing those, and those will be updated daily by 10 a.m. every morning for Washoe County. We have, like I said, around 9,000 mail-in ballots that were dropped off at those locations. We're in the process of, again, going through, entering them into our voter registration system, going through signature verification, and making sure that all those ballots are eligible to be cast. We will be working on putting those through our tally system and getting those cast as soon as we can. We also have over 5,000 provisional ballots that were issued for in-person same-day registration provisionals. And again, those will actually be reconciled after the last mail-in ballot has been cast. We need to verify that somebody has not already voted, not just in our jurisdiction, but throughout the state before we cast those provisional ballots. So those will be coming after November 10th. We will cast those provisional ballots. It'll be through November 13th that we will be officially done counting all of our ballots. But the official results for the election, for this 2020 general election, will be provided at the November 16th canvass of the votes. That's on Monday, November 16th. We will be canvassing the votes at the Board of County Commissioners meeting. So that will be aired live as well on our Washoe County and the Washoe TV. And so people can tune in to see that canvass of the votes and see those official final results being released. So far, again, I know people are expecting a lot of, they want updates. We're working on getting ballots cast that were turned in on election day. We're working through that process. We want to make sure that we're, again, verifying eligibility of those ballots to make sure that we're casting only eligible votes, and also making sure that all eligible votes are going to be cast. We do have people that have the ability to cure a ballot, that there's a signature verification issue. And we will be accepting those and curing ballots also throughout this process. That number will be on our website daily as well, to ensure that people understand the process and are able to see the transparency about how many ballots could be outstanding and could potentially still be eligible to be cast. At this time, I'm open to questions and anything that anybody wants to ask, and I want to clarify again that updated results will be uploaded and to our website. We have our results dashboard that people can go in and visit, but that will be updated every day at 10 a.m.
Deanna, it's Terry Russell calling from Channel 8.
Hello, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. So we have been receiving a bunch of calls today from people who say they have checked the Secretary of State's office and it does not indicate that their ballot or vote was A, cast, or B, counted. And I'm wondering if you can comment on that.
I can. So I would suggest people go to our website and check there where you go to your My Voter Registration information. And it does depend on how they voted as well as to when that shows up and appears. So if somebody voted same day or did in person on election day, there's at least a 24-hour lag time and when that information gets updated. So that information may not be available today, but it most likely, hopefully, will be available tomorrow. The direct link to our information on our website is probably a little more timely for people to be able to check that. But again, it depends on how they voted. If somebody did a mail ballot and dropped it off at a location, again, we're updating that information today. And we're processing those ballots, and we'll be processing ballots that were postmarked by election day, and we receive them in the office over the coming week. So that information, again, as soon as we receive it and are able to process it, it does get updated more quickly on our website than on the Secretary of State's website, because again, we do a daily upload to them, and their information lags just a little bit on ours, but it will be available for people.
So I guess you would say that you have the information first, and then you're going to send it on to the Secretary of State's office for final tabulation, what have you. So there's going to be that lag time. Maybe you group them or so forth, and then they go to the Secretary of State's office.
So yeah, we are, so because we are a bottom-up system here in the state of Nevada, we get the information first, and then we actually transmit that to the Secretary of State's office for their statewide voter registration list. So information, we sometimes have it quicker into the Washoe County database a little bit faster, and the Secretary of State does get that, but it is a little bit of a lag time between when we provide that information and when the Secretary of State's office gets it from us to provide it as well.
Hi, Deanna.
Can I ask I'll ask the question later. Go ahead.
Hi, Deanna. This is Megan Messerly at the Nevada Independent. I just wanted to ask you, is Washoe County anticipating on posting any new results today?
No, not today. It'll be tomorrow morning. We'll be coordinating with the state and providing that information. We have nothing new that has been tallied today. Again, everything that was received yesterday as far as mail-in ballots. Again, we have over 9,000 ballots that we received from election day polling locations that we are going through the verification process and doing signature verification and making sure they're eligible to vote. And then we'll get those tallied so that the next update that we will have for any results as far as tally goes won't occur until tomorrow morning.
Hi, Deanna. This is Abel Garcia, reporter with Cola 8. Question for you is, with the significant amounts of mail-in ballots that we've had, can you talk to us a little bit about the process? I mean, has it been a little bit more challenging, more time-consuming for all of our election workers as they're trying to identify the vote and to really make sure that these votes are verified?
It's been a different year. For us, we've been doing absentee ballots for a long time. The volume is definitely something that we've never seen before in the state as far as receiving and processing mail-in ballots. There was also legislative change in 2019 that any ballot that has been voted and postmarked by election day and we receive within 7 days, that we still are going to be counting those ballots. So that's something very different for the state of Nevada. Not just Washoe County, but for the entire state, that those ballots will be cast. And it does really extend. People we're used to, usually on election night, the unofficial results didn't change much between the unofficial results and when we did the canvass of the votes. But because of that legislative change and us being required to accept those and count those ballots that are postmarked by election day and received within 7 days, that has changed the dynamics of when we can actually report what we would assume to be final official results. So that's something it's different, not to mention all the other things that have happened this year. I mean, COVID and 19, and I mean, since the primary election and through this general election, we've had to alter a lot of things that we do. Mail-in ballots. Again, this is the most mail-in ballots that Washoe County has ever seen received in our office. It's about 3 to 4 times as many ballots as we have ever seen. Again, we've been doing mail-in ballots for a long time, but it's just the process does take some time. So it does take time to get those ballots in, make sure that we're scanning them in and attributing vote history to the appropriate voters that the ballot is associated with. And then again, doing the signature verification and making sure that those people are, or those ballots are eligible to be voted. So a little bit different this year, but it is to be expected for the future.
Definitely. Hi, Deanna. This is Sam from AP. This morning, your office said results would be updated at 10 a.m., and now that's delayed till tomorrow. What happened to cause that expected schedule to change, and are you surprised?
So the 10 a.m., again, it was probably more of a communication error. Everything that we reported last night that was uploaded, there was no new results that came in the middle of the night when we were all asleep. So there was nothing to report at 10 a.m. this morning. That was the 10 a.m. updates are going to be, I guess that, like I said, we could have done a better job of clarifying when that would start. We weren't expecting to do those updates today, again, because we reported everything that we had that had come in last night. There's no need to provide a supplement because there was no changes this morning. But every day from here on out, we will be reporting and updating those numbers every day by 10 a.m.
Can you take your step-by-step of your day today, including your communication with the Secretary of State, which also expected a results update today?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure, I'm sorry. Can you take us through step-by-step of your day today, including your communication with the Secretary of State, which also expected a results update today?
I mean, today, again, what we've been doing is we are opening and processing all mail-in ballots that we received on election day through the drop-off locations and at the polling locations. They're working on importing those into our system, doing signature verification, and actually opening those ballots and getting them prepped for tally. My communication with the Secretary of State's office has just been communicating on coordinating our results, uploads. I have talked to them several times today. And again, we have nothing new to report in Washoe County. They, of course, can, if they have updated results from other counties, that's up to, I don't know if they have a schedule for when they're going to update that information or when they might do so. But for Washoe County, we don't have anything to update to them until tomorrow.
Hi, it's Stephanie at CNN. I have two questions for you. The first one is, were you surprised when the Secretary of State's office said they wouldn't have anything until Thursday morning, and now it seems like they are going to have a little something? And the GOP put out a press release saying that they've gotten thousands of complaints. Have you heard of any of those complaints?
The current state of democracy right now. Chants from poll workers to try to prevent votes from being counted in Detroit. Both political parties hit the maximum of 134 challengers permitted inside the TCF Center there in the Motor City. Not long after this, ABC News projected Biden the winner of Michigan. The Trump campaign announcing a lawsuit will be filed. The path to victory hitting a fork in the road. 270 electoral votes. The Trump and Biden campaigns with their collective eyes on the prize. But who really has the better shot tonight? States in play, major movement in the upper Midwest today before Biden's big win in Michigan. The votes coming into Wisconsin, putting the former vice president over the top there as well. The counts for the other battlegrounds still coming in. Too close to call Arizona and Nevada in the west, Georgia and North Carolina in the south, and of course the Keystone State of Pennsylvania. President Trump casting doubt, taking legal action, trying to stop the count, tweeting to, quote, hereby claim certain states' electoral votes after baselessly declaring victory overnight. The president threatening to go to the Supreme Court. Joe Biden calling for calm and patience, saying he believes he's on track to win this election. And the big picture, taking a step back from the horse race to take the temperature of our nation. What did we learn from 2020 about voter enthusiasm?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. Well, after a long 24 hours for an already tense nation, as the American people wait to learn who will be the next president of the United States, there are several takeaways. Among them, after this country has endured a grueling pandemic, an economic downturn, and racial unrest, sometimes the more things change, the more they stay the same. Divided we stand. Razor-thin margins separate President Trump and former Vice President Biden in multiple battleground states as they finish the process of counting every vote in this unprecedented election. And as of this hour, here's where the race stands. Joe Biden leads the popular vote by just over 3 million votes. And in the all-important Electoral College, Biden is currently winning 22 states with 253 electoral votes. President Trump is currently winning 23 states with 214 electoral votes. The Biden campaign with some big wins in the Midwest. ABC News projects the vice president will win the state of Michigan. And with 100% of the precincts reporting in Wisconsin tonight, ABC News can now characterize Joe Biden as the apparent winner in Wisconsin. Still a very close race there, but Biden appears to be winning by nearly the same margin that the president won the state 4 years ago. But in 5 states, the race is still too close to call. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Those states hold the key to the White House, and both campaigns are digging in for a fight. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris appeared late today, expressing confidence in having a clear path to victory once all the votes are counted. Meanwhile, late last night, President Trump prematurely declared victory, and his campaign is now launching a legal fight to try to stop the vote count in several states. Lots to get into tonight. ABC's Mary Bruce leads us off.
Tonight, a confident Joe Biden with Kamala Harris by his side, declaring victory is within his reach.
I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners.
Biden says he's ahead in Wisconsin, ahead in Michigan, confident he flipped Arizona, and feeling good about Pennsylvania. And he added this.
Of special significance to me is that we've won with the majority of the American people. Indeed, Senator Harris and I are on track to win more votes than any ticket in the history of this country.
Overnight, just after midnight, Biden telling supporters to keep the faith.
We're going to have to be patient, and it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
Today, promising their votes matter.
Every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender.
Biden's legal team says they're prepared for whatever the president's lawyers throw at them. Looking ahead, Biden says he's ready to start uniting the country after this bitter campaign.
I know this won't be easy. I'm not naive, but I also know this as well. To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as enemies. We are not enemies. What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart.
And if Biden can also take Arizona and Nevada, that is enough to deliver him the White House. But tonight they are also feeling confident about their chances in Pennsylvania, too. And while Biden's team is being very cautious not to declare victory, they are tonight moving ahead with their transition plans, already launching their new transition website, buildbackbetter.com. Lindsay.
Thank you so much, Mary. President Trump was behind closed doors in the White House today planning his next steps. He came before cameras after 2 a.m. this morning, prematurely declaring we already have won it, despite millions of votes still left to be counted. Today, his campaign is trying to take the battle over finishing the count to the courts. ABC's chief White House correspondent Jonathan Karl has the latest.
Tonight, President Trump is huddled with aides inside the White House, getting ready for a fight. His team has already filed a lawsuit in Michigan, another in Pennsylvania, and demanded a recount in Wisconsin, all as votes are still being counted. Late election night, the president was defiant, speaking at the White House after 2 a.m., falsely declaring the election was rigged, the race was over, and that he had won.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
In fact, the election went smoothly, without significant disruptions, and millions of votes are still being counted. In some states, as expected, the count is taking a little longer due to the dramatic increase in mail-in voting during the pandemic. Today, even the Senate Majority Leader, Republican Mitch McConnell, took issue with the president's words.
Claiming you win the election is different from finishing the counting.
Republican Senator Marco Rubio was more blunt, tweeting, "Taking days to count legally cast votes is not fraud." Today, the president's team filed suit in Michigan, claiming they have not been provided meaningful access to several counting locations, though they made no allegation the vote was tainted. They are also demanding a recount in Wisconsin, though they trail by some 20,000 votes, and election officials there say everything has been counted.
And Jonathan Karl joins us now. John, so you reported on those lawsuits in Michigan and Wisconsin there, and the Trump campaign is also taking action in Pennsylvania.
I remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food
what they're
banks.
trying to do there.
It's pretty sad.
Well, essentially, Lindsay, it seems to really boil down to this, and that is stopping the count in places where Donald Trump has the lead. Pennsylvania, there's also talk of something, legal action in Georgia as well, and then continuing the count or pushing for a recount in the places where he's behind. So that's Wisconsin, the recount, and continuing the count in Nevada and Arizona, where they both, the campaign claims that they will ultimately emerge as in the lead. So, count where you need the votes, stop counting where you already have the votes, essentially.
And just give us a sense of what you're hearing from the campaign on their strategy as far as going forward. Do they think that any of this can change the result, and how long do they plan to keep up the fight?
Well, I think to understand the strategy, you have to take your cue directly from the president himself. And a short while ago, he actually tweeted about his legal team's efforts, saying, "What's the point? They're manufacturing votes already. It's too late." What the president's strategy, if that's the word to use, seems to be to basically create doubt about the integrity of the election itself, which seems to be a reflection that he believes that if all the counting goes on to conclusion, that he will not emerge in the lead. We will not have won. So his plan, it seems, is chaos, is just to say that this whole election was, to use a word that he's been using for many years, rigged.
Jonathan Karl, our thanks to you. And turning now to Pennsylvania. Tonight, Donald Trump is winning by 5%, but it's a margin that has been cut in half since this morning, and there's still a significant portion of votes to come in from Democratic strongholds in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Let's go now to our Trevor Ault, who is in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where the governor talked a short time ago. And Trevor, I understand that officials are preaching patience tonight as the results continue to come in.
Well, they definitely are, Lindsay. I can tell you that the Secretary of State said earlier today that the vote has actually been counted a little bit faster than they were anticipating, but even so, it's going to take a couple more days before the count here is finalized in Pennsylvania. You said that right now President Trump does have a lead, although it is shrinking. It's enough that he himself has already declared himself the victor of Pennsylvania, and you shouldn't write off the fact that he has a lead. It's now, you said 5%, it just recently on our last update has shrunk shrunk to 4%. And the reason that this has not been called in President Trump's favor is because the number of votes that are left out substantially play to the benefit of former Vice President Joe Biden. There are about 1 million or so votes left to be counted. The overwhelming majority, about 97% of them, are mail-in ballots. And statewide in Pennsylvania right now, 65% of mail-in ballots have been registered Democrats. This afternoon, President Trump had a lead of about 460,000. Now it's down to 256,000 as the vote tally went up from 80 to 86%. There's still 14% left to go. There is plenty of space for former Vice President Biden to make up that gap and even take the lead here in Pennsylvania. But it is going to be possibly very narrow, Lindsay, because as I mentioned, of the mail-in ballots, former Vice President Biden has received, or 65% of the mail-in ballots are registered Democrats. He is going to need, if he passes President Trump, about 64% of the remaining votes. So this was always going to be essentially where this election was going to end up, Lindsay. We're just seeing it play out, and it certainly is not going very quickly.
But if Biden is able to get Arizona, Nevada, he potentially wouldn't need Pennsylvania, but we'll see how the rest of that shakes out. Trevor, at that press conference, what was Governor Tom Wolf's response to the legal challenge that the president's team is making in Pennsylvania?
Well, he addressed it on a number of fronts, Lindsay, because there have already been several lawsuits filed about the election counting and the election results here in Pennsylvania. One lawsuit specifically from the Trump campaign is calling for ballot counting to halt right now because they say there's not enough transparency, that the Republican poll watchers aren't being allowed close enough to the ballot counters, so they want it to stop until there's transparency. Governor Tom Wolf called that simply wrong, and the Secretary of State said this is the most transparent election that they have ever had. They defended it in every sense of the process so far, and they were very confident in what they're doing, whether or not it's going to take a few days to finalize that tally. Another area, another lawsuit that is playing out is that the Trump campaign wants votes, mail-in votes that were received after Election Day, even though they were postmarked before Election Day. They want them thrown out, which could be decided by the Supreme Court. What the Secretary of State revealed this evening is that today they received hundreds of those, but it appeared to indicate less than 1,000, which is, on a state scale, not a lot of those votes. And while this state will likely be decided by very narrow margins, the margins probably won't be that thin to the point where that lawsuit would be the tipping point either way. But in a more broad sense, Lindsay, addressing some of those claims that we heard from John Karl, the president, talking about ballots being manufactured or election officials finding ballots for Biden, they dismissed all of that. They said with the system they have in place, it's really not even possible. And when I asked them point blank, will the Pennsylvania election system hold up under scrutiny legally and otherwise, they said bluntly, yes.
Trevor Old, our thanks to you. We'll be sure to continue to check back in with you later as those votes continue to come in. And in Michigan, ABC News is now projecting that former Vice President Joe Biden will win that race. Here's a look at the current vote tally right now, 16 electoral votes at stake. Now, this is a state that President Trump won narrowly in 2016, and now his legal team claims that they plan on filing a suit to challenge the results. Let's bring in Adrian Bankert, who's on the ground. Adrian, throughout the day, Biden expanded his lead. Tell us how that happened.
You know, it really ends up being about absentee ballots, right? All of the mail-in ballots. I just talked to an official inside because we're actually at the ballot counting location here in Detroit. We went inside. We saw people counting their ballots. Here's the deal. They have had such a record turnout, and I asked specifically about the timeline. They, of course, have been counting since yesterday morning. People were able to drop off their absentee ballots to the clerk's office up until 8 last night. And so those ballots would then have to be delivered to the counting location like this one right here. But really, it is about the guessing game as to, you know, how did Biden win over so many Michigan voters? Some counties actually selecting Trump over Biden here in the state. Of course, the Trump campaign, as we've been talking about, is contesting the validity of how these ballots are counted, so much so they are filing a lawsuit.
But the president's legal team is filing a legal challenge. Where do they see an issue, and what are experts on the grounds claiming?
Here's the deal. They don't think they have seen meaningful access to the ballot count. We've talked to a number of people behind us. You can actually, Lindsay, I'm sure, hear that music, that chanting. There's a group of people holding vigil. Yeah, holding vigil here. They are singing. There have been peaceful demonstrators holding signs say count every vote. The Trump campaign says that there are workers or volunteers who were able to be an accountability to the vote count not allowed inside the building. And when we arrived here, there were people who told us, people from the ACLU, people from nonpartisan, nonprofit organizations, and volunteers who said they were not allowed in this building. They were blocked from entering. Again, they didn't really know why they were blocked from entering, and from what I've gathered, I understand that that is the premise of this lawsuit, these legal filings. The Trump campaign believes that they are not, Michigan is not allowing people to come in and actually challenge the election results or watch, monitor the counting of those ballots.
Adrian Bankert on the ground for us in Michigan. Thanks so much, Adrian. Joe Biden is now hoping to close out the race by reaching 270 electoral votes. So for the latest look at the map and the path to 270, let's turn to ABC's Tom Yamas. Tom, give us a look at the big board right now.
Lindsay, good evening. Great to be with you tonight. So let's dig into Pennsylvania right now. This is the major battleground that we're looking at right now. I'm going to blow this up right here. We're having a little technical difficulty with this IFB, so I'm going to toss it away because I was hearing myself. All right, let's blow this up right here. So right now, President Trump has a lead, and it's 277,000 votes. You'd think that's a pretty commanding lead, and it is. But the problem for the president is that there's still about 1 million ballots that are still outstanding. So the question becomes, where are these ballots coming from? They're coming from all over the state. They're mail-in ballots. But the problem for the president is that they're coming from blue areas, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and the suburbs. We do have a sense of the early vote, how it's trending, the mail-in vote, and it's favoring Joe Biden 3-1. That's why Joe Biden and his campaign feels confident about Pennsylvania at this hour. Let's go down south right now. So North Carolina, both campaigns are still trying to win North Carolina. President Trump is on top. He still has the lead there. Let's dig in a little deeper on Georgia because the margin here is razor thin. So at this hour, and I want to stress these numbers are changing minute by minute in some cases, there's about a 58,000 vote spread here. The problem for the president right now is that there are still 200,000 ballots that still need to be counted in Georgia. And again, it's the same problem for the president. It's coming from an area that is conducive to Democrats, the greater Atlanta metro region. So we'll be monitoring that as well. All right, the state then moves west. There's two states we're watching now, Nevada and Arizona. In Nevada, Joe Biden has a lead, but it's a small lead, about 8,000 votes. The Trump campaign, though, feels they can do better here in Arizona. Now, there is a spread here. Maricopa County is the biggest county. This is where Phoenix is right now. And in this state, 15% of the vote is still out. There's a 90,000 vote spread between Joe Biden and President Trump. Joe Biden is on top in Arizona. But the president is confident about Arizona because there are still 400,000 ballots that have to be counted. A lot of them are from Maricopa County, and the Biden campaign saying we already have the lead here at the moment. So the question is, what are the paths to victory at this hour right now? For the purpose of this segment, Lindsay, we're going to give Alaska, even though we haven't projected that, to President Trump. So look at Joe Biden's number. If he indeed wins Arizona and Nevada, where he right now has the lead, look where he's at, 270. He becomes the next president of the United States. For Donald Trump, it becomes a little more difficult. Watch this. He has to win Pennsylvania. That's his number right up there. He has to win North Carolina. He has to win Georgia. And then he has to win one of these states, either Arizona or Nevada. And that's why it gets tougher for the president. His path to victory at this hour seems to be a little harder. Lindsay?
Tom Yamas, thanks so much. And for weeks now, we've been telling you about how crucial the upper Midwest could prove to be. And today, another state in the region, Wisconsin, certainly getting a lot of attention. President Trump getting out to an early lead there last night, but that certainly changed today, with Joe Biden now being characterized by ABC News as the apparent winner in Wisconsin. Our Alex Perez is there with all the details. Good evening, Alex. Walk us back through this dramatic day there.
Yeah, sure, Lindsay. Once again, down to the wire here in Wisconsin, a position they are familiar with here in this state. Now, as most people went to bed last night, it appeared that President Trump had a somewhat significant lead here, about 100,000 votes. But in the overnight hours, that's when we saw the votes from some of the blue core areas in the state begin to be tabulated. So we're talking about Milwaukee County, where Milwaukee is, Dane County, where Madison is, or the Green Bay area, and other parts of the state. those votes started to come in, and that margin began to narrow. And as we saw today, with 99% of the vote now in, Biden is up by about 20,000 votes. Now, interesting to note here, Lindsay, we've been doing some analysis of some of the counties here, and there were 23 counties here in Wisconsin that went from Obama to Trump back in 2016, and he kept most of those. 21 of those counties still went to Trump, but the overall turnout for Vice President Biden here in Wisconsin was just simply enough that it put him in the lead. He's ahead by 20,000 votes here. So what happens next here is that officials move to certify the vote, and that's a process that begins usually in about the first week of December. But President Trump has already made it clear that they are not done with the state of Wisconsin. He says they will seek a recount here in this state. Now, the president also made several allegations about the vote process here, saying that, as he did in Pennsylvania, that ballots were coming out of nowhere. They weren't properly tabulated. Election officials here, the election director, Megan Wolf, took issue with all of that. She said there is a process in place. This is not their first presidential election, and she knows that every stage, every part of the process was followed properly here. If the president would like a recount, that she says the state is prepared to do that, but she is confident that everything worked out here the way it was supposed to work. Lindsay?
So we know the Trump campaign is exploring a recount there, even though he won by a similar margin in 2016. What could those scenarios ultimately look like?
Yeah, Lindsay, so that means that things would go even a little longer. So that recount wouldn't be allowed to begin until after that certification process happens that I mentioned, and that happens about the first week of December, and the recount would take probably about 10 days, more or less. But state officials here are saying if that's what the president would like, he's entitled to, because the margin here is less than 1%. ABC says it's about 0.5% here, the margin, the difference between the votes here. So if the president would like that, the state says they are prepared to do that. But that, of course, is going to drag all of this in until December. But right now, as you mentioned, with 99% of the vote, ABC News here calling Joe Biden the apparent winner in Wisconsin. Lindsay?
Alex Perez, our thanks to you. And now let's go to Georgia, where Donald Trump is ahead by roughly 57,000 votes, and more votes could be coming later tonight from in and around Atlanta, a Democratic stronghold. Let's bring in our Steve Osunsami, who is there. Steve, bring us up to speed. A Democrat hasn't carried Georgia since 1992. How many votes are left to count, and can Joe Biden close this gap there?
So it is mathematically possible. And if you had asked me this question earlier this morning, I would have told you that it wasn't. So right now, the spread between Joe Biden and Donald Trump is somewhere between 50 and 55,000 votes. The Secretary of State earlier today was estimating that there were a couple 100,000 outstanding votes. But what we've learned from the counties is it's probably not that high. In fact, our estimates are somewhere between 100 and 150,000 votes. But the key is where those votes are from. Fulton County is reporting at least 68,000 outstanding absentee votes that they are still counting. And this is the largest county in the state, a county that breaks for the Democrat about 6-4. But in DeKalb County, the county where I happen to live, which is a majority black county, the break is even better for Joe Biden. It's more like 8-2, and in that county, Joe Biden they're actually counting about 20,000 votes, they tell us, and they're going to be counting those votes through the night. So when you crunch all the numbers, it is absolutely mathematically possible that Joe Biden could win here in Georgia, though the math and the vote generally favors the president here. All eyes are going to be on these blue counties that are counting votes and seeing if there are actually enough votes to make up the difference. There's also something else out there. We're hearing reports of absentee votes in the Savannah area. The election supervisors there haven't really given us much information, but if there are additional absentee votes to be counted in that area, it makes it even more possible, and I use the word possible, that Joe Biden could actually do something in this state that Obama wasn't able to do twice, and that is win the state of Georgia. Lindsay?
And Steve, of course, it's not just the presidential race that's outstanding there in Georgia. Talk us through these two Senate races.
So the two Senate races are very interesting, especially in contrast with the race for president. Jon Ossoff, who many thought had a good chance against incumbent Senator David Perdue, is losing by about 150,000 votes. In fact, the spread in that race is significantly, in the context of things, greater than the difference between Joe Biden and the president, which is quite interesting because Ossoff, by most accounts, ran a good race where he put the senator on the defensive on a number of issues. In the other race, Raphael Warnock, the Democrat, and Kelly Loeffler, the incumbent Democrat Republican, are headed to a runoff that will take place in January. Neither of them were able to get the 50% needed to win. And in Georgia, in a race like this that will happen in January, the Republican is most likely going to win that race, and that is Loeffler.
Steve Osunsami, our thanks to you. And now to the West Coast, where all eyes are on Arizona tonight. Joe Biden is up by roughly 93,000 votes, but another round of votes from the all-important Maricopa County will be released this evening. Whit Johnson is in Phoenix. Whit, I know you've been, working about 24 hours straight, just change the tie and keep on going. Bring us up to speed on the latest situation there.
That's right, Lindsay. Who's counting the time, though? It's exciting. There's a lot going on across the country, and especially right here in Arizona and Maricopa County. You talked about some of those outstanding votes. Specifically, we're talking about in Maricopa County absentee ballots that voters brought to the polls in person on Election Day or over the weekend prior. Now, this is different from the early voting where people sent those in because those were tabulated about 2 weeks in advance. So we're looking at 600,000 maybe even more outstanding ballots here in the state of Arizona, which could potentially swing things. We have seen Donald Trump getting closer and closer, inching and narrowing that lead that is currently possessed by Joe Biden. But right now, the Democrats are confident. They're hanging on. We do expect to start getting some of those results from those absentee ballots from here in Maricopa County later on tonight, Lindsay.
And with ABC News projecting Joe Biden will win Michigan and is the apparent winner in Wisconsin, Arizona may be Donald Trump's best chance at getting to 270 electoral votes still. So you talked about how the Democrats are feeling. How are Republicans that you're talking to feeling tonight about their chances?
Republicans are urging caution. They're pumping the brakes. They don't want anybody to jump to conclusions, and they're also conducting some mathematical gymnastics here. They are looking at all of these scenarios in a really different light to see if there is still a path to victory. And I can tell you, Trump campaign officials at one point during the day, even though we knew the spread of the votes that were still out there and outstanding, they suggested that they thought Donald Trump could still come back and beat Joe Biden by as many as 30,000 votes. And their reasoning behind it is they believe that on Election Day, the people who came in to vote would outnumber the Biden voters by a ratio of 4 to 1. But it's important to point out that these votes that we're looking at right now are different. They're the absentee ballots. And even though people may have dropped them off in person on Election Day, Democrats still insist that they had the edge among those who were receiving the absentee ballots. So it depends on who you ask. Republicans are still firm. They believe that they have a path, and they have said that they will win Arizona. But it is too close to call. We have seen that lead narrow and narrow. But still, Donald Trump would need to have a really good result from those remaining ballots here in Maricopa County, which has been leaning towards Joe Biden in order to win this race. Lindsay.
Whit Johnson, thanks so much. And Arizona Secretary of State Katie Hobbs talked with our Diane Macedo a short time ago. Here's the very latest on the status of the outstanding votes there.
Well, we are absolutely focused right now on making sure that every single ballot is counted. There are around 600,000 votes still to be counted in Arizona. We have folks at the tabulation centers in every county working on that right now. And in terms of security, there are party observers allowed in to watch that process. Additionally, all of the tabulation centers have cameras, and so anyone can go to the the county elections website in any county and watch that process as it happens while it's happening. So a lot of security there. We are really focused right now on getting these votes counted, and hopefully we'll know more tonight where we stand. Maricopa County is obviously the largest county in Arizona, 2/3 of the voting population, and there'll be 400,000 of those outstanding ballots are in Maricopa, and they'll be releasing a lot more totals this evening.
Now, per the Maricopa County Recorder, there are over 400,000 ballots to be counted. Over 160,000 absentee ballots dropped off at the polls yesterday. Any expectations on how this will impact the overall vote, and how challenging has it been to deal with this level of mail-in ballots?
I'm sorry, you're cutting out a little bit. But I think that, in 2018, we had 4 races that were Republicans were ahead on election night. And when we started counting these early ballots after Election Day, those 4 races swung to the Democratic candidate, my race included. Certainly there is a lot of scrutiny on Arizona, and we are focused on getting this right. As I mentioned, people can watch this process on the cameras, and we are working diligently to get it done.
And now for a broader look at what these election results all mean, we bring in ABC News political analyst Matt Dowd. Thanks so much for joining us, Matt. After a long, sleepless night, many Democrats as well as pollsters were predicting a decisive blue wave that really didn't come to pass. So what happened?
Well, it's first of all, the polling is going to need to be examined. They had an average Joe Biden lead of about 8 points. Joe Biden is going to end up winning it by about 4 when all the votes are counted. That's my calculation, by about 4%. He's going to end up getting more votes than anybody else has run for president. But the interesting thing, Lindsay, is Donald Trump is going to end up getting the second most votes anybody has ever gotten as president. He's probably going to go past 70 million people that are going to vote for him. So he increased his support. So what happened on Election Day was there was an underestimate of the number of Donald Trump supporters out there. And when that happened, it brought the race much closer. It brought the race from an 8-point race to a 4-point race.
How divided is America right now? I mean, I guess perhaps if you can put it in some kind of historical context. And what does it mean for governing in the years ahead?
Well, to me, we're as divided as we were since 1860. I think that's where we are. When the run up to when the Civil War happened, Abraham Lincoln's election, which was very contested, Abraham Lincoln won that election in 1860 with 40% of the vote. He barely won that election in 1860. And so I think as a country, because of how people have lined up and where they are in this country and the level of frustration and anger in some instances, and distrust of each side, that where we're at, we are as divided as we've been in 160 years.
And President Trump ran a divisive campaign, and his first term was certainly polarizing, but he appears to have really expanded his base considerably. I mean, this as the Democrats lost seats in the House. Should Democrats be concerned?
Yeah, if I were the Democrats, I mean, even if Joe Biden, which it looks like, if everything goes according to what we think, he's going to get elected president, but the Republicans will have kept the Senate, and there's still some unknowns. The Republicans will have picked up seats in the House. I think the Democrats should be concerned. They're losing in places they used to win. They're not winning by as big a margins as they used to do in blue areas. So, I mean, this is a divided country. They may end up winning the presidency in this instance and keeping the House. But this thing's on a razor edge in who's got the lead in the country today. And it's exceedingly close in every election.
And Matt, of course, you've been a Republican strategist. What shifts have you seen in the base of the Republican Party in recent years? And what would you say that it looks like in 2020?
To me, watching this over the last 10 or 15 years, the Republican Party has now become much more the party of the white working class in America. And the white working class in America used to be the Democratic base. It used to be, people used to talk about the Republicans being, the country club, chamber of commerce types. It's no longer that. It's the white working class. It's rural America that used to be Democratic. And the Republicans used to own the suburbs, and now they don't. They're more small town. They're more ex-urban. It's a big dramatic shift, and there's been geographical shifts too. The Republicans used to have a big base in the Northeast and the West. They no longer have that. Democrats used to have a base in the South. They no longer had that. The Midwest has always traditionally been a battleground, but Republicans are coming on strong. So it's a fundamentally different, the GOP is a fundamentally different political party when you look at its base than it was 15 years ago.
Now, two states the Democrats thought that they could flip, Texas and Florida, stayed in the Republican column. Should Democrats give up pretty much on these states, or do you think that there is a shift taking place?
Well, I would look at them each differently, Lindsay. I think Texas is moving towards the Democrats. It's slow. Mitt Romney won it by 16 in 2012. Donald Trump won it by 9 in 2016. Donald Trump won it by 6 this Tuesday. So it's slowly moving towards the Democrats. Florida is going in the opposite direction. And so Florida is going from a state that Democrats could really compete in, but it's more and more and more off from the national number that Democrats get. So Democrats win nationally by 4, and now they lose Florida by 3. That's a 7-point differential between the state and that. And so if I were the Democrats, I would stop investing or invest much less money and resources and man and woman power in Florida and direct it to states like Texas, Arizona, and Nevada, because that's where the Democratic Party is emerging while it's getting closed out in places like Florida.
Matt, certainly some really helpful insight there. Thanks so much, as always. And we still have lots to get to here on Prime. Voters in 6 states have now given their green light for legal marijuana. More on that and the other items on the ballot that you may not be aware of. Hurricane Eta wreaked havoc in Central America. Now forecasters say it may have Florida in its sights. We're keeping an eye on that storm. But first, our tweet of the day. Former Wisconsin Republican Governor Scott Walker on how hard it may be for President Trump to get a victory in the Badger State if he asks for a recount.
ABC.
Welcome back, everybody. While we're keeping a close eye on the presidential and congressional races, we also wanted to take a look by the numbers at some other 2020 election results. Democrats were hoping for a blue wave in state houses, but only 4 chambers flipped last night, the lowest number since 1946. So it stands at about 60% of the nation's state house chambers are controlled by Republicans and only 40% by Democrats. Voters passed at least 76 statewide ballot measures. They include all 6 marijuana measures, including the legalization possession of recreational marijuana in Arizona, Montana, New Jersey, and South Dakota. Plus, one state, Oregon, that voted to decriminalize possession of small amounts of all drugs, including cocaine and heroin. Florida will raise its state minimum wage to $15 an hour in the coming years. And Colorado became the first state to approve paid family and medical leave through a ballot measure. Meanwhile, 58% of California voters sided with Uber, Lyft, and other app-based ride shares and delivery services to classify drivers as independent contractors who are not eligible for the benefits and job protections of employees. And we still have lots to get to here on Prime. An update on the election cliffhanger that's unfolding, the latest from the Biden and Trump campaigns. And the Trump campaign says that they will sue to stop the count in Michigan. It's one of several suits that they claim that they have launched. Could these challenges influence the outcomes of the races? But first, a look at our top trending stories on abcnews.com.
It's a race to the finish line, and the margin still razor thin.
Two huge developments as Joe Biden is now the apparent winner in both Michigan and Wisconsin.
So that means there are now 5 states, millions of absentee ballots, and what is likely to be a bevy of lawsuits that will determine who occupies the White House for the next 4 years.
Biden addressing the nation this evening, not declaring victory, but saying he's confident he will win once the votes are counted.
We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender. My friends, I'm confident we'll emerge victorious.
The Trump campaign, meanwhile, doubling down without evidence on cheating claims. Eric Trump saying the campaign plans to challenge the extended Pennsylvania vote count in court.
Guys, this is fraud. This is absolute fraud. We met with all our lawyers. We are going to file suit in Pennsylvania.
President Trump, however, again casting doubt on the election's integrity without evidence, demanding that no more votes be counted.
We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay?
Legal experts say the president can't stop the vote counting, and state officials are promising to count every valid vote.
An internal HHS memo obtained by ABC News shows new coronavirus cases increased 19% from the week before.
This is another critical moment for action, another critical moment for leaders to step up.
That memo also says medical facilities in Utah are reaching a breaking point, and that doctors may have to start prioritizing care for patients based on age and condition.
Wear the mask. Wear it.
Really?
If not for you, then for others, because my mom was gone in 24 hours.
The U.S. continues to make history with an average of 80,000 new cases reported daily, according to the COVID tracking project. Health experts say it may be a good idea to quarantine if you voted at the polls in a hotspot.
Tropical storm Eta back out in the Caribbean after giving Nicaragua a beating. Forecasters say it could reform as a hurricane out over open water and could be a threat to Florida early next week.
Some normality returning today to the Austrian capital of Vienna as officials continue to investigate the terror attack that killed 4 and left more than 20 hurt.
Government officials now say a lone gunman was behind the attack and that intelligence on him was fumbled months ago. The gunman who was killed by police within minutes of opening fire on crowded bars was a 20-year-old with dual Austrian and North Macedonian citizenship. Back in July, intelligence officials in Slovakia handed over information suggesting the attacker had tried and failed to buy ammunition there. Government officials are now looking into the checks made on him and if they were in line with the law.
As of today, the United States is officially out of the Paris Climate Agreement. President Trump announced 3 years ago he was pulling the U.S. out, but due to United Nations rules, it took until today for the United States to officially extricate itself.
Joe Biden, Vice President Biden, says that he will go back into the Paris Accords if he becomes president.
Welcome back. President Trump's legal team is now crafting a strategy on how to move forward as Biden is now leading or appears to have won in states that Trump carried back in 2016. Let's go to Kira Phillips right now. Kira.
Lindsay, I tell you what, it was very unlike President Trump today. He didn't even come out in front of the cameras at all, but that didn't mean he was going to be quiet either. He did proclaim victory on Twitter in Pennsylvania and Michigan, even though he hasn't officially won those states. Matter of fact, ABC News already called Michigan for Joe Biden, and Trump's legal team is getting plenty of face time, though, filing lawsuits to stop counting ballots. His son, Eric, his legal advisors, former Florida AG Pam Bondi, also Rudy Giuliani. They held an event in Philly just a couple of hours ago, making accusations of fraud and claiming that campaign observers were being prevented from watching ballots being opened and counted. Take a listen.
Not a single Republican has been able to look at any one of these mail ballots. They could be from Mars, as far as we're concerned, or they could be from the Democratic National Committee. Joe Biden could have voted 50 times, as far as we know, or 5,000 times.
And then Lindsay, Pam Bondi came up to the mic after that, claiming poll watcher intimidation, and says they actually have video to prove it and will release it. But the director of the Brennan Center's Voting Rights and Elections program came forward calling the suit a nuisance and that it's just designed to distract Americans from the counting process. She says it's highly unlikely that the courts will even take this seriously. Lindsay?
And we just in the past half hour heard Pennsylvania's governor respond to some of those allegations. What is she saying? Or what is he saying? I'm sorry.
I know. It's been a long, 48 hours now? Tell me about it.
Bleary-eyed and all.
Oh, that's why I'm reading very slowly, and I put the eye drops in.
I'm right there with you.
Governor Tom Wolf said that he would fight like hell. He came to the mics not long after that press conference and said that, and he said that he is going to make sure that every ballot is counted. And when he was asked about Giuliani's lawsuit specifically, he pointed out, Lindsay, that Philadelphia has been live streaming the counting of ballots, so any accusation of lack of transparency just doesn't hold water. And by the way, they are still counting ballots tonight as we speak, and they say they're not going to stop until the job is done. And neither are we.
We are not. No sleep. We persevere. We carry on.
Hashtag carry on.
Yes,
you got it, Lindsay.
Kira, thank you so much. Always good
bet.
to talk to you. And now we go to Delaware, where ABC's Devin Dwyer is at the Biden campaign headquarters. Thanks so much for joining us, Devin. What's the mood there at this hour?
Hey, Lindsay, the Biden drive-in here in Wilmington didn't get its blockbuster moment last night, but make no mistake, the Biden campaign today was exuding confidence. Jen O'Malley, Dillon, the campaign manager, said, we have our next president of the United States. Now, they've stopped short of outright declaring that today. They were threading the needle of responsibility here in Wilmington. That said, we did just see just about an hour ago, the Biden campaign has officially unveiled their new transition website. website, buildbackbetter.com. So they are moving ahead, Lindsay, even before declaring victory just so far.
And we saw the Trump campaign launch a flurry of legal challenges late today. How concerned is the Biden team about those challenges? And is there any worry at this point about intervention by the Supreme Court and its